Buenos dias, Valencia. Welcome, one and all, to the 2026 edition of the Champions of the Future Academy program in conjunction with F1 Academy. 3 young ladies in mini, junior and senior are backed by the teams and will be pushed forward for a great racing career. But not only them, it's the entire grid of drivers here who will be racing here in not the sun-soaked Valencia that we like to see. The clouds have come over the circuit, but we'll talk a little bit more about that later on, because let's dive into the circuit. The Cartódromo Internacional Lucas Guerrero, opening in 2014. Event record set earlier on in TQ by Oscar Gallin. Driver from Poland setting a 55.274. No one could beat that for the rest of the day. Maybe, though, tomorrow when we have another brand new day of qualifying. But the track itself, what a venue it is. Spans 19 turns, but it's 1.4 kilometers total track length, 9 meters wide. No elevation. It's 135 down the start back straight. It's about 210 down the start finish straight. But it is a fast and ferocious turn. Like we were saying, 19 turns in total. We see them all the way around the lap with the fast chicanes. We see them with the fast straights, everything like that. It is a mighty demanding circuit for the drivers to go racing on this weekend. And for some of them, it is their first time racing on this circuit. And like we're mentioning, those 19 turns, we see them all the way down into that final chicane. It is very demanding on them, but we will watch them over those hot points, those main moments out on the circuit. We see them in towards turns 3 and 4. That's the major braking zone, the first major overtaking opportunity as well. Top speeds, we'll talk about that later on, because that's all the way down to turn number 1 as well. But it is a ferocious circuit. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. We are ready to go racing with Nicole. The first laps coming up. Here is a little bit more about the circuit as well. Like we were mentioning, those 19 turns, 11 to the right, 8 to the left, and the one hairpin out there. There are your overtaking opportunities. Turns 1, turns 3, 6 and 7, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18 and 19 as well. That final chicane, as we were talking about it, that one is always a decider. If there is 2 or 3 or 4 carts maybe going into that final chicane, it could go P-tong. Down in towards turn 1, that's your top speed moment. 110 kilometers an hour, around averaging around 90 kilometers an hour around the entirety of the lap. It slows down in that middle sector, but it opens up down the back straight and, of course, down that start-finish straight. That's the track. We've spoke about the weather. Racing is next. Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland, ready for this one. Excited. Brand new season, brand new drivers, brand new everything.
Yeah, for our drivers, then, this is going to be an interesting day of racing. 2 completely separate days for every single one of our competitors in our Mini 60, OKN Junior and OKN Senior categories. Then returning drivers as well, all being watched down by and looked after by our groups of volunteer marshals, who without we would not go racing, who without we would not be going into this 2026 season. There's Dan Ashton then up on the gantry.
He was.
Just before we went live. He gave me a little bit of a shiver. I think he's a bit cold out there today. Dan then will be watching down on our drivers. And now he's smiling at me because he knows that I'm talking about him.
He chose his career path. We're nice and warm in the commentary box. He's standing outside. Here is your first race. OKN Junior qualifying Heat 1. That is coming up out on track first. And there is a driver starting it on pole position. Zoltan Koini wasn't the fastest in the actual qualifying session alone, though. That was Christian Feilund. Unfortunately, an investigation flag went out for Christian. Unfortunately, he's now found himself all the way back of the grid. P27 after putting it pole position at the end of the session.
Well, Zoltan Koini then will be happy with that result, and as will Alba Cueva, who you can see sat next to him. Alba then, the number 28, that will be sat on that front row. Home ground advantage and confidence, I would say, for her going into this season. And let's not forget, first season as a junior as well, has jumped up from the mini category and is really headed into the international season on the right foot. Throughout the time qualifying, she did actually momentarily hold on to that pole, but snatched away by Zoltan Koini. Let's see how these two fare head-to-head against each other as we go into this first race of the 2026 International Series.
Indeed. Engines fire up, which is good to see for some of these drivers. It's their first time racing on this engine. Very difficult to get it started if you don't know what you need to do. Of course, a lot of these drivers may be used to a kart that's got a clutch on it. It's just press the button and away you go. With these ones, it is a push start, so we'll have the compression valve on it. You need to lift it up, push it. Don't press the throttle until the engine coughs into life and you can actually put it down. If you rest your foot on the throttle and try, it just doesn't go. Here's your grid. Zoltan Koini, Albuquerque on that front row of the grid. Enzo Stambach joined by Hernan Rodriguez on that second row of the grid. Ridhan Pritham joining on the third row with Johnson Stewart locking out the top 6 out there. Row number 4, you'll see the likes of Mitans Jain and Neil Nekmush. Row 5 will have Atika Mir and Mirko Maguleda out there as well for Italy. Row 6 is Axel Nocom and Andy Stewart, the first of the Discover Your Drive initiative drivers, with row 7 being Dinia Islami and Ayanis Oriana.
Well, halfway then, row number 8, we have Alonso Gonzalez with Marcela Samsau. From row number 9, we have Lauren Shinhainaj with Odin Flora. And then from row number 10, it looks like Lorenzo Zucchetto with the other Discover Your Drive initiative driver of Mia Zanki. From 11, Alessandro Gonzalez with Ollie Brunt. And from row number 12, it's Julia Angelard with Benjamin Poulsen. Row number 13, then we have Jamie Erat and Edina Al-Mahidi. And rounding out your field, the first qualifying heat of the year, Christian Fay, of course. Let's not forget, he was your fastest in-time qualifying, like Anthony mentioned. He will be starting alongside Stanislav Grabowski.
There is your mechanics stand there. With all the hand gestures that I'm sure will come in to help guide the drivers where they need to go in these races. For these drivers, for a lot of them, this is going to be their first rolling start in a junior kart. For a lot of these drivers, it could be their first rolling start at all. And it's certainly going to be an interesting one. We'll have to wait and see how this one goes. But at the front of the grid on this one, Zoltan Koini and Albuquerque are used to these rolling start formations, so hopefully we should see a nice progressive bunched up grid as we approach the red line, which is right there. No overtaking beyond this point. You should be in 2x2 starting formation as we now hopefully see that. Now, they're not going to go through the chicane. They'll go round the chicane for this one. Carry that speed into the tram lines. Are we racing? The answer is yes, as they head down to turn number 1. It's a solid start for the inside row. Koini with that run. Stambau will have the advantage on the inside line, a little bit loose there. Goes the number 14 of Enzo Stambau. So as he had that advantage down the inside, he loses it on the exit of the corner. As they go through there, you can see it's the number 12 of Ridhan Pritham who's got up into the second place spot. That's an incredible start from 5th on the grid.
Well, it was a calm start from our front, but it was not calm for our mid to backpack section. We've lost so many drivers in this one.
It's
the number
half the field.
31, you can see, is one of those really stuck in some trouble. That, like you said, Anthony, almost half of the field out there. So many names stuck between turns 3 and 4. Dia Islami being one of those. I think Gonzalo has been massively caught out as well. Stanislav Grabowski. Wondering if Christian Fay has got caught out.
Slow procedures come out.
So slow procedure, like you said then, Anthony, these drivers being brought round, but they're still racing for the time being. They will now see the slow boards as this clean-up operation gets put into play.
Yeah, I think that's the right call there. The field was coming around full chat. The marshals, credit where credit's due, have done a great job there of clearing the karts. It's just there was 3 karts still on the track, and the officials just wanted to make sure the field was slow and calm heading into that. Great call there, and great work from the drivers actually to adhere to that. They saw their first slow boards as they came across the line there. There is race director Martin Mean, and there is a sea of drivers who unfortunately will be going no further in this race. Mirko Maguleda is one of them. Ayanis Oriana is one of them as well. Marcela Asumsao as well, also one of them. Odin Flora, Lorenzo Zucchetto, Alessandro Gonzalez, Jamie Erat as well, Abdinor El Majidi, Christian Fay and Stanislav Grabowski all out of their first race, which means we're just down to 18 runners already here. Nicole, a good advantage for some of the drivers who managed to get through all of that going ahead. Julia Anglard was one of them, is the biggest mover. 8 places gained, is now into 15th place. Mitans Jain, that number 25, now second out there with a 5-place gain.
Well, Christian Fay's day then has gone from bad to worse. It was pole, had it taken away because of that, working on the pre-grid penalty, and now he has found himself caught out of this race before he could even get going, really. Faye then is one of those drivers that will be in the marshal post, will not go any further. These drivers then still under the slow procedure, being led round then at the front by Zoltan Koyne. Indeed,
it is Switzerland that leads the way ahead of the United Arab Emirates. Pushing fourth and third at this moment with Van Pritham and Atika Mir. We will see, hopefully, at the end of this lap, so I can see flags have gone static out there, which is usually a sign that we're going to go racing this time around. We're going to have quite the audience here in the start line with all those drivers huddled together in run group. The same at post number 3 as the green flag gets ready to be brandished. It will be Zoltan Koyne leading the field then out of that final chicane and back for the restart here for the OKN Juniors. On to lap number 4 we go, and it's already gone wrong at the back of the grid. Round and hands going up for the likes of Enzo Stambach. He is furious there, and I think that's Dinya Islami as well. That's also gone awry out of the final corner, and they are not happy, and it's understandable. The pace was increasing as the race restarted. Unfortunately, they got caught out. The rest of the field, though, are underway the grid here has been simmered down quite massively here, Nicole.
Well, Stambach to me then looked like he caught the curb wrong then, Anthony, and just rolled backwards into the drivers behind and just caused that commotion on the exit of turn number 19. Let's watch a race replay. There you can see, just gets caught, clips the curb backwards, rolls backwards. The rest of the field lucky to not miss that one more.
You can see it was, I think, the number 38 there, or 33. I couldn't quite see the number there, just going around. And, just a very unfortunate one at the start there. It does mean, though, we are still racing, and the racing is going on here, because Axel Nocom looks to the inside and gets the lead away. And that's now a 10th place gain from the start of the field as a driver off the track there. And nearly going round, that is the number 12 of Ridhan Pritham, pushing a little bit too hard there at the exit of turn number 3 and into 4. But he manages to regain control. But it's Nocom who leads the way. And like we're saying, after that fantastic end of the season for him, the fantastic start of the season for him as well in the Champions of the Future Academy program, he has found himself at the front of this grid. But the rest of the field are still trying to get involved in this one. You can see the long train carrying it round, but you can see already the advantage that Nocom has got.
Well, Ridhan Pritham then, dirt on his tyres for the rest of this lap. You can see he just got caught out, like Anthony said, through turns 3 and 4, but trying to find that momentum once again in P7. We'll watch a race replay. Aggressive as you like between your top two. Axel Nocom really trying to go for it. These drivers, again, this is something we're going to see round this circuit time and time again this week. That final corner really getting aggressive, drivers having to be forced off of the road. This is the moment for Pritham where he got caught out between turn 3 and 4, all over the dirt then, and would have just had dusty tyres, and that is why you have seen that demotion. Out the front then, Axel Nocom, he is still at the lead of this race, 10 places gained, as we've got this swapping and changing further down the order. Atika Mir then getting all involved in the fight for P3, really is trying to head into the junior category and trying to show what she is made of. Has just shortly lost out as again into the final corner. These drivers just not giving each other room.
Mitans Jane there going extra defensive into that fast sweeping right-hander, and into the chicane is backing the pack up right round the outside. Atika Mir is going to try and go for the double here, but has only gained one of them round the outside of turn 1. They break heavy into turn number 3 once again. This is where it gets a little bit up and under. You can get that kart down the inside. You can see, though, making that kart as wide as it can possibly be is Mitans Jane, holding on to third place. Zoltan Koyne is closing in at this moment, is closing in on Axel Nocom. That gap's down to 0.2 of a second as this goes through. Atika Mir gets to the front of that train.
Atika Mir then, we just mentioned she was a mini last year, throughout the winter has jumped into the junior category, has found her feet, as now this is a nice battle at the front. Axel Nocom, Zoltan Koyne side by side into turns 18 and 19 at the front. Nocom still holding on to this one, looks over his shoulder, him and Coiney know that they've got some room, but maybe not for long. Round the outside, Zoltan Coiney trying to give it a go side by side into 2 and 3. Axel Nocom slams that door shut and holds on to the lead.
This is good racing from these two, but again, they've got to be careful. They have got a battle buffer of around 3.5 seconds from the group behind, which now is led by Atika Mir, but we have to wait and see what happens. Coiney steps back a little bit, tries to cool those tyres down, will try again and for another attack, trying to communicate there with Nocom, but Nocom didn't see it. He went defensive again. He's brought them back into the fray here. What's it going to be when they get to the back straight? Because it's nearing the end of this race now, Nicole. They're going to go on to the last lap, and what we know from that last lap is, well, there's always a move for it. Zoltan Coiney is just saying to Nocom, keep going, keep pushing. But Nocom says, no, I am not going to let you have a look down the inside. I'm going to defend this position as they now go on to the final lap.
Well, into turn number 1, once again, Coiney's going to try and take that slightly wider line on the entrance to the first corner, try and get that run out of the engine, down the inside, and he's done it. Zoltan Coiney, clever as you like, gets past Axel Nocom and holds on to the race lead. Through the second sector they go. Nocom, I would say, has just lost out, backed off slightly. I really don't think he expected that at turn 3 and 4.
No, it's a very fast move there, calculated as well for Zoltan Coiney, just to get that nose down the inside. And you can see here that Nocom's not got really anything to get that move done. He is still one of the biggest movers out in this race. Julio Angular with 10. He's got 9 now as Axel Nocom with that moment. But again, it's not over yet until we get to this final chicane, because he's going to look to the inside, sweeps again to the outside. Can he try and find a way through? I don't think the answer is yes. Across the line, Zoltan Coiney will take the first race, and Nocom doesn't seem to be happy with that one. He felt like the pace was P1 pace, but it didn't come his way. But there is a long way to go left in this weekend for these drivers. Atika Mir, great run in that one and managed to avoid all of that coming together in the middle pack. Got up to 3rd place. Great run there. Neil Nekmush as well, P4 ahead of Hernan Rodriguez. Andy Stewart from Albuquerque. Johnson Stewart finishes in P8 ahead of Mitans Jain. Rinan Preetham rounds out the top 10 from the rest of the field. Mia Zanki, Alonso Gonzalez, Ollie Brunt, great run there to 13th. Julia Angelard, Benjamin Poulsen rounds out the only 15 karts that finished that race out the 28 that started.
I can just see again on the screen, Anthony, Axel Nocom visibly really unhappy, keeps, slapping that steering wheel. I just think some frustration for the driver from the Philippines. I think he wanted to go in and snatch away a heat win, but it is a P2 behind Zoltan Coiney, and then Atika Mir rounds out your top 3.
Indeed. Well, there are your top 3, as mentioned by Nicole. Big cleanup operation now underway. Great work again from the marshals. There is your full result, provisional, of course, on your screen. Benjamin Poulsen being the last of those drivers. You can see the rest of them just there on your screen. We also lost there another one of the drivers from Switzerland, Laurent Chianintage, as well, who had a bit of a moment out there. So Hinaj not having the greatest of starts to the weekend as well, but does come away with a P16. There is your race winner, Zoltan Coiney from Switzerland. Comes away with that first qualifying heat win from the junior category. And there you can see the cleanup operation underway. What a start that was, and unfortunately I think we did miss that one on the screens. This was the start of that race for Coiney. It was a really good, strong start here. There was a moment for Enzo Stambag, who later would retire at the restart of the slow procedure. He went a little bit wide there, got a little bit of tap at the pivotal moment of the corner, sent him a little bit loose and wide, brought him back into play. We saw the leaders come through. Little did we know at that point, the whole back of the field all got caught out there. You can see it just in the background, and there they are, half the grid, slowboards coming out, and the drivers having to come to a slow procedure for a few laps on that one, as the marshals did a great job clearing up. This was this moment as well. Unfortunately, Enzo Stambag and Dina Islami round and out of the race on the restart. Great work from the other drivers to avoid that, and that was a very, very sketchy moment. This here as well, also a sketchy moment, as battling away was Ridhan Preetham, previously in the lead of the race, but down the inside, Zoltan Koini taken away. Did go over the chicane there. That allowed Axel Nocom to look down the inside, got that move done and dusted. Actually opened up quite a considerable gap from the rest of the field on that restart. This was Preetham just getting squeezed out wide, out of turn 2 and getting on that dusty part. And unfortunately for him, he then dropped even further back in the race. That was the Atika Mir battle, battling away with Mitans Jain. Mitans Jain was fighting to hold on to that spot, not able to get it done. Then it was back to the leaders. Look at this one round the outside. Zoltan Koini trying to carry the speed. Nocom, though, tighter inside line, had the chance to get it done. There was the retirement for Laurent, unfortunately out of this race. Sahinaj out of the race, and clearly very frustrated with that one. Checker flag went out. It would go to Zoltan Koini, the driver from Switzerland, coming away provisionally, of course, with that first race win, as we head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, what a dramatic first race of the year. Zoltan, between you and Axel, it was getting aggressive, especially into turn 1. That move that you pulled off through curbs 3 and 4, tell us how you did it, because it was impressive stuff.
Well, first corner, he tried to defend, so I thought that because he already did that error first lap, he left it open, the chicane, but I thought that I was too far for it, and he just left it again wider, and I just thought that I could go for it because I'm good at that corner. I don't know why, and yeah, he just didn't defend, and I just tried to keep it the whole way around, and yeah, he'd win.
And at the race start, we lost almost half of our grid through turns 3 and 4. We were then under slow procedure. For you, Zoltan, as a driver, how do you manage, those laps where you're not racing, where you're just having to keep your cool?
Yeah, you just keep your cool, trying to keep the tyres in the good temperature window, and just concentrate on the flags and when you're going to go.
Well, great to catch up with you, Zoltan. Great race win out there then. Let's head back up then. Let's head to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole, down there in Parc Ferme with our race winners, and very noisy down there with all the action going on. But like we say, that's the first race done and dusted of the morning phase. Of course, we are expecting to see the Mini 60 class out next. We will then follow that with the senior, I should say, class. That'll be coming out at third. We then go into a small interlude, and then we're back for the second qualifying heat before we go to the lunch break. And then at the end of the day, we see the 3 finals. And that's the first day. As you see there, it is the qualifying heat 1 for Mini 60 heading out onto the second next. There is the grid lined up, ready to go, which will see the entrant from Hong Kong, Max Schilling, on pole position. Now, we saw Max out in Macau at the start of the season. He had a great run out there. Curious to see what he can do here with a pole position. Not alone, of course, joined on that front row. Ilias Sami from Great Britain managed to get it on that front row of the grid. Be curious to see how he gets on with this one. And then reigning second place in the championship last year from the USA in Mini 60, Win God's Chalk is on that second row of the grid. There is Max Schilling. He is ready for this race, primed and focused. Great run in qualifying, just managing to find his way forward, getting that car in the right spot in qualifying. It's always about the slipstream, about the bump draft, about the toe, working with someone. He managed to find that and came away with that spot on the top. That whistle there would probably indicate there's probably about 30 seconds before the green light comes on, so there'll be a yellow flashing light on the front of the grid now. That will indicate to the drivers and the mechanics that are down there to just get themselves ready to go for this race. There you can see friends, family of the drivers anxiously waiting, I'm sure, to see how this race goes away. Recovery vehicle comes through. Very loud recovery vehicle coming through after that cleanup operation out on the circuit. There is Ilya Sami, primed and ready to go. Of course, all of these drivers on the same equipment. If you are new to the Academy program, you're unaware of what it is. It is an arrive and drive concept, basically. The juniors and the seniors equipment provided by Kart Republic and IAMI. And then, of course, for the Mini 60 category, equipment provided by Paralin and TM for the Mini 60 engines. And speaking of engines, they have fired up. And the field makes its way out onto the circuit. Mini 60 qualifying heat number 1, making its way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup as hopefully we see a good start here from the Minis. Max Schilling starts it on pole position. The entrant from Hong Kong delivering a solid performance earlier on this morning, joined by Ilya Sami on that front row of the grid. Win Godschalk joined by Cooper Lopez on row 2. Mick Klinkers and Charles Clough go from row number 3. Mohamed Wibowo and Adam Privo go from row number 4. There we'll see Leo Kralev and Dominic Vera on row number 5. Zev Godschalk, also from the USA, younger brother, is joining on that 6th row of the grid. Well, the leader of the under-10s, joined by Jonas Tam, Gavin Leisure, and Guillaume Cole go from row number 7 with Lenis Zarakov and Albert Paulson joining on that row.
Well worked.
Chloe McGill, sorry, joining on row
number
8.
Row number 9, then we have Max Laufer and Albert Paulson. Row number 10, we have your top 20 looking like Pietro Zorzi and Luashu Methabula. From row number 11, it's Timu Garipov with Gustavo Oliveira. And then from 12, for the USA, it's Kazan Caldera with Sofia Rudenko. From row number 13, Anna Makol will start alongside Tamar Chopra, a returning driver to this series. And from 14, we have Gordy Dulev with Geronimo Pacheco. Row number 15, then Jan Vavra alongside Carmen Silva Favorikin. And from row number 16, we have Parnika Nandaluri in one of her first career races. She will round out your 31-strong field. Mini 60 ready to get racing. And what a season it is going to be for these drivers. Fresh faces, returning faces. This is going to be spectacular.
Yeah, it certainly will do as marshals get themselves into position. A couple of drivers going very slowly at the back of the grid. Now, this is their formation lap. Hopefully, they'll all get into formation now as everyone gets ready for this race. Everyone watching on with eyes as we get ready for this race, and plenty of spectating spots all the way around the circuit. Happy smiley faces from the marshals, the Orange Army. Couldn't go racing without them. We do thank them for their volunteer work and their efforts out on circuit, especially in that previous race. Quite the clean-up operation that we had in that one. Here we go then, Mini 60. First race of the season then for the Mini 60 class in the Champions of the Future Academy program. Looking forward to seeing how this one will unfold. Max Schilling and Ilya Sami, 2 experienced drivers in the Mini 60 class. Can they deliver in this race? Or will the back of the grid provide a bit of a challenge for them as we get going? We're a bit out of sorts here. We've got drivers out of positions and not sure where they're needing to be. Win Godschalk now gets into position. Are we racing? The answer is yes. As we head down into turn number 1, it's a long run to turn 1 for the Mini 60s as they wind it up. Max Schilling has the lead on this one. Sami Ilyas, they're down to 3rd. As we get ready for them to head in towards turn number 3. This is where it gets nice and interesting. The pinch point, the first major braking zone. The front of the field gets through, back of the pack 3 wide, but they all manage to squeeze their way round. It's a solid start now that does see Max Schilling in the lead. Win Godschalk holding on to 2nd with Ilya Sami in a close 3rd.
Well, it's looking like every single one of our
all
31
Minis
have ticked off the lap so far down the inside. Like you said then, Anthony, Ilya Sami finding his way through, gets caught out though and loses position. Schilling still leading these drivers around in this mix then. It includes Ilya Sami, Godschalk, Cooper Lopez, Mick Klinkers trying to get all involved as well. Defensive posture going down that back straight in towards turns 17, 18 and 19. Side by side combat moments for our field. Sami is a driver that has lost out and has lost out again and misses the final corner. He's going to lose a smattering of positions. Out there in the front then, Win Godschalk, your driver who competed so much fought so hard last year for that championship win. He's holding on to the race lead down the inside then. That's a change for P2. We've got Mohamed Vibobo and Maximilian Schilling swapping positions as again Klinkers tries to give it a go, and I think he looks like he could have done it.
Absolutely sending it down the inside there. Same for Max Schilling, who manages to get his way back through as well. But already you're starting to see a breakaway at the front here. Godschalk in the lead from Wibowo. And this is an unusual sight to see, because usually in Mini 60 it's all about teamwork. It's all about working together to get that bump draft. And at this moment, Godschalk, well, he's got a lead at this moment of over a second, and he's going purple, sector 1 and 2. He is already the fastest driver out there, and he's increasing that gap as it goes forward. There, unfortunately, going very slowly is Gordon Gulen, unfortunately, the driver from Lithuania, the 903 at the back of the grid.
Well, again, we're seeing drivers at that final corner having to cut it. Charles Clough, I think, is the next name to really miss turns 18 and 19 and take that runoff. Eyes back on the front of your field, though. Godschalk might be your race leader, but he's not your fastest driver out on the track, because Mohamed Vibowo is that name. Further down in the field, mid-pack section, big battles going on between Kralev, Sami Vavra and Zev Godschalk, the newest driver in this field, the youngest driver at this circuit this week. Yeah, indeed. Quite the tall order to deal with out there, but it's dealing with it nicely as the field once again heads around into that third sector now. You're starting to see those groups starting to organise themselves here, Nicole. As I say, organised, we get some side-by-side action here as Kralev looks to the inside and gets that move done past Klinkers, steps up into 5th place now as they head out of that final chicane and back onto the start-finish line. Here is some action as well. Lopez dealing with Schilling. Schilling staying on that rear bumper, not going for the move down the inside just yet, but feeling like possibly they could try and close into Wibowo. This is that advantage, we say, 8 wheels usually works better than 4 in Mini 60. Apart from this aspect, as Ilias Sami there going high-wide there and nearly going all 4 wheels off the road. Godschalk then opens that gap back up between him and Wibowo. Wibowo dropped it down to 0.8 of a second, but now it's back up to 0.9, so just under a second between those two drivers. So wondering if the remaining... Whoa, this is a good move. That's Ilias Sami trying to get involved again, but a bit too ambitious. Clipped that curb and had to give that position back away, and now he's got drivers all over that back bumper trying to snatch away that P6 from him. Pivu, Hoy, Klinkers and Vera as well. Sami then points his hand up, just maybe to signal he's not quite happy out there on the track, as these drivers once more tick off turns 17, 18 and 19 and head down that 210-metre main straight into turn number 1, side by side into turn 1. That's ambitious, that's bravery on 4 wheels.
It certainly is, and this is what we like to see in the Mini 60s, and it's only their first race of the weekend. Many more to go, but this is good stuff for them. Pietro Zorzi, now fastest driver out there, the Italian, 102.571 there, and that's all the way down in 19th place at the moment, so showcasing that the pace is quick all the way throughout these engines, of course, out this field. These engines, of course, are pulled engines. They get changed every single day. They've got to give them back, and then they get to pull a number out the hat, and then they get another one, and it's all the case throughout it. So it's nice and competitive all the way throughout this field. This fight here, though, is superb. Once again to the inside, this is Kralev looking to the inside there of Ilias Sami, gets that move done. Following through as well goes Privo and steps up nicely. And this fight continues to happening. Look at all those investigation flags there, Nicole. 3 of them just coming up on our screen at the same time.
Yeah, well, it's the 905, the 818 and the 900 that are being watched at, and it's Ilias Sami is one of those names. Wondering if that's probably for that last corner cutting where he took the run off earlier on in the race. So maybe expect Sami to not hold on to a position inside the top 10 as Charles Clough, Sami's countryman, goes fastest. Yeah, indeed, and he's down to P11 right now. There is Wyn Godschalk in the lead of this one. There is Mohamed Wibowo chasing him now as they head forward. The gap, well, 1 second at the moment. It stayed the same for the majority of that one.
Max Schilling, who's there just behind, also trying to close in. There is one of our academy drivers, unfortunately out. And I'm trying to identify who. Yes, it is. Yeah, unfortunately. It was running in the 901 machine, tumbling down the order now and out of the race. That's a big shame for her.
This is a fight then going on in the tall order of your field. Schilling trying to hold on to this P3, but he's being pressured. He's being pushed by Lopez. Into turns 3 and 4 they will go. Schilling still holds on to it, decides to go that tighter line round the outside. Lopez will try and give it a go, will try and keep that rev nice and high, but Schilling holds on to it, looks over his shoulder eagerly. It's that sort of meerkat moment that we see from these minis, where they're really trying to suss out where the driver behind is. Well, he's right on your back bumper. Lopez once more toes back up onto the back bumper of the 807. This is the battle for the last remaining spot inside your top 3.
It certainly is. Last lap board has been out for this one, and here's your front battle. Wynne Gottschalk, the gap came down to 0.6 of a second, but I do not think it will be enough for Mohamed Wibwo. It's a great effort, but it's a good run. Wynne Gottschalk for the USA. He was second last year. He's looking for P1 in 2026, and he starts the season very well with a P1 at the end of the first race of the weekend and season. Mohamed Wibwo taking second ahead of Max Schilling, who takes third ahead of Cooper Lopez and Leo Kralev taking P5. Ilya Sami from Adam Privu takes P6 and 7. Charles Clough from Guillaume Coy in 9th place. Dominic Vera rounds out the top 10. But that, Nicole, great run for Wynne Gottschalk.
Yeah, absolutely. And we only lost one driver within that race. It was only Anna Macholm who didn't manage to finish. So a great result for the rest of the 30 drivers in our field. Sofia Rudenko was your biggest mover within that one. Started 24th when we went racing, finished 14th. So one of the Discover Your Drive Academy drivers for 2026 has headed into this one with some great progress so far.
It certainly has. Certainly has indeed. Well, there is your field now making their way back to Parc Ferme. We'll see the Mini 60s out later on today for their second race. That will be on track at around 1:20 local time. So make sure you stay tuned for that one with the seniors coming up soon. There are your winners: Wynne Gottschalk, Mohamed Wibwo, and Max Schilling. 1, 2, 3. A superb drive from the three guys there who get themselves ready for their second race later on. They get those intermediate classification points that determines who starts where for the final. There is your full grid there. The top 10 we've gone over. Zev Gottschalk finishes just outside that top 10 in P11 ahead of Mick Klinkers. Max Lofa from Sofia Rudenko. Albert Paulson takes P15 ahead of Chloe McGill, who holds on to 16th place. Doesn't gain any, but doesn't lose any places out there. Timo Gavrov takes P17 ahead of Gustavo Oliveira. Pietro Zorzi from Yunus Tam. Samar Chopra takes second in the Mini under 10 categories, 21st overall. Lunas Zavrakov takes P22. Jan Favre from Lawashu Metabula. Caden Caldera takes P25. Fifth overall in the Mini 60 under 10. Gavin Leger and Gori Dulev from the rest of the field. This is your highlights. A bit shaky at the start here. Wynne Gottschalk out of positioning. Mick Klinkers there just squeezing outwards. The race did get underway. You can see immediately that Ilya Sami cutting to the inside there. Gets into second place. Not the ultimate start from the outside row. Start of that race, you can see how the rest of them slotted in. There was Wynne Gottschalk immediately fighting to the lead. Ilya Sami up into second place. That early stage would later drop back into P6. And as that race happened, more overtakings happening. Leo Kralev from Bulgaria able to push his way up the field pretty nicely in that one. A 4-place gain, ending that race in P5. Rest of the highlights from this one. You can see how the drivers pushing their way forward. Ilya Sami again on the screen. Young Britain, who started on that front row of the grid, seemingly going for those big lunges there. Just outbraking on the exit, and then the field closing in behind. This was the look from the other drivers. Adam Privo trying to get the move down the inside. He would look for 7th place at the end of that race, just behind Ilya Sami, as everyone else fought for position. There you can see Guillaume Coy as well in a really good spot, pushing his way forward. 5 places gained for the young Spaniard, and ending up in that top 10 area. This move again, the look down the inside, Leo Kralev going for that move. And Ilya Sami just going a little bit backwards there. Privo getting that move done. Sami would later on get that move back. Big fights up at the front end. Max Schilling and Cooper Lopez battling it away. Wheel-to-wheel action for them out of the first corner, as right at the front, the young man from America, Win Gottschalk, would take that first spot. A deserved win and a good end to the first race of the day. There is Lucas Carrero, the owner of the Lucas Carrero circuit, a well-known racer from Spain. But let's take you down to Parc Ferme, because Nicole Sutherland is ready.
You just said it then, Anthony. Deserved win indeed for Win Gottschalk. Win, great start to head into the International Series for 2026. You know, you had great results last year as well. So over the winter, what have you done to make sure that you're just as fast as you were last year?
Yeah, I was on some races and testing.
And when that race out there, you had a good lap, you know, time and time again. You had a good lead as well. It was a second that you finished. How did you manage that out there when you don't have anybody in front of you to chase?
Yeah, I had a pretty good start. The guy behind me was bumping me pretty hard, so I almost hit the tram lines, but I didn't. And yeah.
And going into Heat 2 then, you thinking that a heat win on the cards is possible? Do you think anything was going to change for you?
No.
Win, great to catch up with you as always. Let's go back up then, because we've got one more heat for this rotation.
Oh, yes, indeed. Plenty of action coming up. It, of course, will be the seniors coming out next. I believe we're going to take a short break, so we will see you in a few moments' time. Stay tuned, because it is seniors coming up next.
Now, I've been excited to try this model for some time, the Playseat Formula Intelligence F1 Edition, because it's been designed with the help of real F1 drivers and also some of the top sim racers on the planet. Let's see what it's like. Being in this seating position definitely makes it so immersive that you feel like you genuinely are in a race. Your mind takes over and tells you that you're in an actual race. You feel very much at one with the car, as a part of the car, and as a part of this race. The Formula Intelligence has the monitor built in and integrated into the frame, and that really means that your field of vision and your depth is very accurate and truly immersive. Tell you what, my palms are sweating, so I think I've gotten a bit too immersed in this experience. The force lock system allows you to move everything around to really create a bespoke seating experience and make it super comfy for exactly how you would want it as a driver. The seat padding is obviously of a very high quality material. It feels very comfy, very supportive on my lower back. Racing is all about chasing the last hundredth of performance and looking for marginal gains. And if you can be comfortable and if you can be fully immersed in the car, you could really unlock some extra speed, I think. So on the whole, it's been very impressive in terms of how you feel at one with the car, how you can be consistent with it as well, lap after lap, because the frame doesn't move. You feel it's solid, so you can just keep working on your own driving and try and improve. Whatever you're looking for, you can secure your seat for next season at playseat.com. I'll see you on the track.
Got to say, we've got 2 of those in the tent. They've been used every single day by drivers before they go out on circuit. OKN Senior qualifying Heat 1, heading out onto the circuit very, very soon, of course, for the seniors. Very busy session, which will be watched over by these 2 gentlemen here. Race director and deputy race director Dan Ashton and Martin Bean. They are staring at me while I say that. They're now waving at the camera. Good stuff. They've been busy over the course of the last few days, keeping an eye on all the drivers. These drivers, of course, will be watching the most. And pole position, Oscar Gallin. Do you know what? I had a chat with him earlier on. Before they actually went out for qualifying, I was actually speaking to both Casper Reipald and Oscar Gallin. I said, Casper, you're going to put it on pole? And he said, of course. And I said to Oscar Gallin, are you going to do anything about that? And I go, well, I'll try. Well, he tried and he did. So there we go. Gallin and Reipald on that front row of the grid as engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup, as there you can see many faces ready to see how this race will unfold, and some a little confused faces, I think, for the majority of that one. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. This is the busiest grid, 33 drivers, 11 of which are our young female competitors in this one. And it starts with Oscar Gallin and Casper Reipald on that front row of the grid. Angelina Simmons for Spain, home country, and part of the F1 Academy Driver Series. She is part of that young driver development program. She is there on the second row of the grid, joined by Beatriz Costa of Portugal. Peter Gorecki joined by Xavier Suarez on row number 3. They'll have Emmanuel Leogadikis and Elias Lamar on row number 4. Amelia Vishamirska, another one of those drivers with the Discover Your Drive initiative, joining it on the 5th row of the grid with Jan Mikuleshko alongside. Nikodem Oshesky and Emil Bratton go from row number 6. They'll see Inya Rostad and Vanessa Shilkaneta, the third and final one of those Discover Your Drive initiative drivers, on the 7th row of the grid. Sen Jolovic and Amelia Pauli go from row number 8. They'll see Gabi Teixeira and Clelia Sodu on row number 9.
Your top 20 is rounded out by Damien Bays and Marcel Maturidge. And from row number 11, we have Oliver Rodmo Hodge alongside Jagrat Troja. From row number 12, we have Rion Tutunchio with Liz Chopra. And then from row number 13, we have Poland and Canada with Eric Kalowski and Adam Rybitz. From 14, we have Michael Zajak with Tatiana Alexieva. And then from row number 15 is Manuel Caseda with Sarah Kojima. 16 will be Julian Brockbacker with Sophia Sage. And rounding out your field for the first OKN senior qualifying heat of the day, it's Silas Elfulson.
Well, looking forward to this one. Was a tricky qualifying. Cast your mind back, Nicole, to about an hour ago. And for these drivers here, they tried to get going, and there was a bit of a pile-up at the exit of the pit lane, and unfortunately it meant that, whilst a lot of drivers didn't even manage to set a time in that qualifying session. So it was a very interesting one indeed. But the good thing is now is that they are back where they need to be. They're on the grid, but yes, just that little bit further back than I think they would want to be. A lot of drivers did recover, though, at that point. First senior race, then, of the weekend as we get ready to go racing. It's a Poland row 1 lockout here with Oscar Gallin and Casper Reipald. Let's see how it transpires with the young Spanish lady of Angelina Simmons joining on that second row of the grid. It's lights out, fights on towards turn 1. It's a solid start for the run in towards turn 1. And Angelina Simmons hugs it down the inside wide. Goes Reipald. He tried to carry the speed, but the grip isn't there. And he runs wide, immediately fighting back. Gallin, I think, has lost out in the lead on this one, Nicole. I don't think he's... No, Gallin's still there in the lead as karts go off in the background. That's not a good start for them as everyone slots back into position. I think Silas Ellefson just missed a timing beam there and is apparently not clocking up at all on our screens.
Well, then, Angelina Simmons has had a great start to her race.
The lead.
Has taken the lead. Let's not forget, at the last round of the championship in 2025, Angelina took a final win. She's headed into this year. She wants to bring that momentum, and so far she's done absolutely that. Defensive posture. It's turns 18 and 19. We'll head out of that lap as your race leader. Simmons leads the way down the inside. Leodikis is going to give it a go on Oscar Gallin. Is he going to pull it off? And he does. So Gallin and Leodikis switch positions for P2 and invite Beatriz Costa closer into the fight. This battle now for the race lead is between four cars. Simmons gets it wrong. Angelina Simmons runs wide, gets on that dirty part of the track, and she's going to lose the race lead. Liadakis has gone from P3 to the race leader within the case of 5 corners.
That's a great start then for Emmanuel Liadakis, who is pushing strong there again. Gallon down the inside. Here comes Beatrice Costa. Also on that 205 machine, trying to get that nose down the inside, but Angelina Simmons hugs it round the outside. The two of them go wheel to wheel. Now Casper Reibold's on the charge back. There's contact between the two females there, but they keep it on the straight and narrow. Great car control, but that's at the fastest part, one of the fastest parts of the circuit. That was incredibly dicey.
Angie Simmons then just looked like she got corner after corner incorrect on that previous lap. Is it the case that she just dropped some momentum? Is it the case that maybe those tyre pressures aren't quite right for this stage of the race and she's just missed some corners? Now finds herself again under threat, this time by Reipold, who catches that curb, hooks it round and jumps back into the sharp end of the field. Reipold now into the top 3. Liadakis has cleared off 1.2 seconds clear from Gallon. Simmons is still in the fight, but let's not forget her and Reipold have switched. Le Mans is in this fight. Beatrice Costa and Suarez is starting to knock on the door as well, as Suarez has switched positions with Costa, as has Peter Gorecki.
Damian Biez, I think, has had a moment out there. He's tumbled down the order on our timing screens. Not sure if that's just a glitch or he's out the back of the field. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Angelina Simmons trying to fight back here. Let's look to the inside. Turn 1 gets that move done. Seemingly it looked like Elias Amana just saying, go to the inside. You're clearly quicker. Get back up there to the front. Clear breakaway now for Emmanuel Liadakis. His gap has opened up to 1.1 seconds now from Oscar Gallin. Gallin is under pressure once again from Casper Reipold. They were the two fastest drivers in time qualifying. They were very quick indeed. Looks like Reipold is closing in. Simmons in the background trying to get involved. Big move down the inside there. That's Zoe Suarez getting through past Oman as well. And that's just behind Angelina Simmons.
Jaguar Troja is on an absolute charge here, Anthony. 13 positions so far within this race, and we're not even at 50%. Fastest driver on the circuit and is now trying to charge through the field. P9 for the time being. Eyes and ears on this one. This is going to get feisty. Is Casper Reipold going to give it a go? Looks to the inside, tries to hook that curb, but thinks against it, backs out and allows Oscar Gallon to continue in that P2. That, however, has invited the driver in P4 of Angelina Simmons ever closer. Simmons now, pace-wise as well, has found her feet within this race. This trio now, are they going to work together to try and close up that gap to Liadakis? It was 1.2 seconds, now it's 7/10. They have found half a second to their race leader. Let's see if this trio works together.
It certainly will. Well, let's see if it will pan out for them. They're about half race distance here. There is some stats for your race leader. Liadakis started this race in 7th, currently first with a gain of 6. That's some quick maths there indeed. However, the gap is coming down 0.4 of a second. You were saying, will they work together? I think the straight answer to that is no, because I think they all just want to try and get to the front of this one. They don't have many races today. It's only 2 qualifying heats and then a final. They get the same tomorrow, of course, so it is still a long weekend for them, but it feels like it's cut in half a little bit because it's 2 separate days. Simmons, fastest driver out there, looking really quick here. Nicole closing in on the 3 behind. Is there going to be a move to the inside? Yes, there is, but it's going to be from Gallin on Liadakis. Now Reipold goes through. Here comes Simmons, 3 wide, squeezes down the inside. Only gets 1, but steps up to 3rd.
Angelina Simmons then read that one like a book. She knew that Casper Reipold didn't quite have it on Liadakis and just managed to weave her way through. Through turns 17, 18 and 19, these drivers will go once more. Gallon out in the lead, Liadakis P2, Simmons P3, then we have Reipold and Suarez getting invited into this fight as well because of those changes up at the sharp end of the field. Let's watch how this battle rages on. Liadakis uses that curb. I'm seeing quite a lot. That turn 4 curb, these drivers can clip it. They can sort of straighten up the line out of the corner and really get that run but it is the case. If you get that one wrong, you're really going to feel it. You're really going to feel the back end of the kart dance around behind you. But Liudakis is not experiencing that one. He's getting it right. And now getting it right is drivers further back in the field. Suarez finds his way past Reipold.
Yeah, indeed. So pushing his way up the order. Yeah, indeed. You can gain a really good chunk of time if you hit that curve right. But, like you said, if you hit it wrong, and I've seen it, it can pop a chain. It's really risky. It's high risk. There is some high reward if you get it perfectly right, but yeah, it's a tricky one.
It's also the case, you know, when it comes to the driving, you're probably going to notice taller drivers like Liudakis are going to clip the curbs because they are strong enough to hold that wheel straight. They won't allow the chassis, they won't allow the Kart Republic to really dance underneath it. They'll be strong in the kart. Maybe a shorter driver with a bit more weight bolted to the seat would think against it because they'll hit that curb, they'll bounce around, and it will really throw them off pace-wise. Let's focus on this one again. Gallen, Liudakis and Simmons still pacing round. Simmons again, she's found something in this stage of the race. Is she going to look to the inside of Liudakis? I would say possibly. Down the back straight these drivers will go. She'll use that toe to try and open something up into turns 17, 18 and 19. Not just yet. Out of 19 she will go. She gets that final corner correct. She'll use the toe 210 metres to try and pull something off into turn number one. Not close enough. Thinks against it.
And I think that's a smart move actually, because I think she can see that Liudakis is closing in on Gallen.
Yeah.
So if she really wants Liudakis to go for the move on Gallen, but she makes a mistake there, clips that curb too hard, loses time there. Liudakis now clear, but no, she's found the time again, because back down the inside, she steps up to second place. Liudakis has to look back to the drawing board as Gallen now gets another small advantage now from the rest of the field, as here comes the likes of Xavier Suarez, who is closing in on the top three.
Well, the top three then are looking close, but it's looking close in the mid-pack as well. Then Anthony, Amelia Vischer-Mirska is trying to make up places. Gabby Texera as well, but Jaguar Troja is still on an absolute charge within this race. 14 positions. Let's focus on this one again. Casper Reipold down the inside at turn number one, pulls it off, textbook move, gets it done, switches positions with Suarez. Gallen still out there in the front, 3/10 between him and Simmons, but Simmons now looks under threat. She looks like she's got a cloud on her shoulder, and she does. Whoa. Down the inside, Liudakis gets it done, forces her out wide, and she loses not one, not two, but 3 positions.
And that is surprising. She was faster than Gallen in that second sector, but it was Liudakis and Reipold who were faster in the background. Xavi Suarez down the inside. It's a forceful move. Contact made between himself and Liudakis, who goes now to the back of that train. And he shrugs his shoulders, he gets on with it. Reipold holding on to second place, will go defensive now into the chicane. This will release Oscar Gallen. He's been gifted this win because you can see how far down the road he's gone. Liudakis once again looks to the inside, as in the background there you can see Elias Aman is starting to close in on these karts just up ahead. Still Simmons in the middle of that one is fighting to see where she can get these overtakes back through.
Well, out there in the front then, Oscar Gallen checked out of this one, I would say 1.3 seconds clear from Casper Reipold, who he started this race alongside. Reipold is that driver right there on your screen that is tailing round this train of karts into the second sector. Suarez, Simmons, Liudakis, big move down the inside. Maybe not a move that Reipold would have expected. Suarez has pulled that one off, and that's opened up an opportunity for Angelina Simmons. Whoa, Simmons down the inside, gets it done, and allows Liudakis to get through as well. Casper Reipold losing positions. I've seen a theme in this race. Whoa, Angelina Simmons gets another one back, this time through that final corner, pushes up the order, and is now in P2.
Yeah, indeed. This is a great turn of events here. It's not going to be close enough on this final lap to go for the lead. Gallen is 2.5 seconds further up the road, but Xavier Suarez here, I don't think is going to want to give this one up too much. The driver from Chile is trying to get that nose down the inside. Has already done some pretty big moves in this race, but still has yet to pull something off here on Angelina Simmons. This is the move down towards post number 7, the hairpin. We do see lunges here, but not this time from Suarez. He's going to hold on to that one. There is Gallen in the lead. Certainly dealt the cards pretty well there. He's going to come away with a first qualifying heat win. Simmons here might hold it into the chicane. Out they go. There is Oscar Gallen. He claims the win by 2.5 seconds. Simmons holds off the train. Suarez takes third ahead of Reipold. Le Mans takes P5. The rest of the field then heading over the line as they go through. Leodikis drops to 6th place on that one. De Troja takes 7th. Gary Teixeira, that's a good race there. 9 places gained behind. Jaguar De Troja's 15 places gained. Incredible drive there. Beatrice Costa takes P9 ahead of Emilia Vishamirska. Vanessa Shilkaneto takes P11. Emil Bratton takes P12. Did pick up warning flags in that one, I believe, did Bratton. So does need to be careful in that one. Same for the 219 machine. Julian Bertbacher, biggest mover in that race. Graphic comes up on the screen as I say it. 31st. All the way to 13th. That's an 18-place gain. Incredible drive there from Julian Bertbacher. And if that could be replicated again in that second race later on, that will bump him up in the qualifications to the final. Might see him charge to the front of the field if that is the case, if he can keep that momentum up over the course of the day. But there the field makes its way back into Parc Ferme. Oscar Gallen comes away with 50 intermediate classification points. It's Poland that leads the way ahead of Spain's Angelina Simmons and Chile's Xavier Suarez, who takes third at the end of that first race of the day. Reipold, as mentioned, takes P4. We've gone over the top 10. 11th, Vanessa Chilkaneta, Emil Bratton, Julian Bertbacher. Nikodem Osheshki takes P14. Jan Mikuleshko from Michael Zajak. Then it is Veer Chopra and Demian Baez, who rounds out the top 18 on circuit. Clelia Sodu from Amelia Pauli. Then it is Inya Rostad from Oliver Rogmo. Hodge, who takes 22nd place. Sera Kojima, 7 places gained. Tough qualifying. One of the drivers who was caught out in that first incident in qualifying was able to push forward to 23rd. Peter Gorecki has a good run in that race as well. Joined, of course, by just finishing behind Rian Tuton Gio, who had a very strong result as well. Only dropping down 2 positions to round out top 25. This is your highlights from that race. That start there for Kasper Reipold carried the speed. Bit too much, though. She dropped back quite far into the pack from the front row. Angelina Simmons taking an early lead in this one. This move down at post 7 and gets that kart to the inside line. Lasted too much longer, though. The field behind starting to close in. Emmanuel Leodikis getting the moves down the inside. He was able to push his way from 7th on the grid to get a run up into the race lead. It was later taken away. Gallen was able to take that one back with the moves down the inside here. This was Leodikis in the lead. I thought it was going to be a Leodikis race all the way to the end, but then we saw the pushes through the field. There was Gallen fighting it back. This brought everyone into play. We saw Beatriz Costa in that fight as well. The young Portuguese lady who started this one on the second row of the grid, fighting her way through, would drop back, though, near the end of that race to 9th place. But strong start nonetheless. Later on, of course, Reipold, after that dismal getaway from turn 1, was able to fight his way back up to the sharp end, would end up finishing in P4 to end the first race of the day. And that was Simmons once again fighting back. This was only lap 4 of the racing, so very early on still, these battles. This moment here, good run here from Xavier Suarez. Great running to the inside line. We will leave these highlights on the screen for you, but let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland is down there with our race winner.
Oscar Gallen, the first 3 or 4 laps looked a little bit stressful for some of you drivers in the top 5. Talk us through that battle, because there was a lot of changing for that race lead.
Yeah, the first laps are usually busy due to the whole pack being just together and everyone wants to win, so everybody would do their best to do that. Yeah, I think the first couple of laps were pretty busy also because of this, and the tire temperature was really important in that part of the race. You know what we do in the formation lap. It's really important for the first couple of laps. I think I could have done better in this part of the race on the formation lap, but later I managed to recover, to find my pace, to do a consistent lap times and to recover the lost positions.
Well, Oscar, there's one more opportunity for you to try and pick up on those mistakes. Of course, we have got another heat for you later on. We'll head back up then into our commentary box to Anthony Jordan to hear about what we can expect for our next rotation.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there, and you can still see the highlights just coming to an end there. The incredible lead, 2.7 seconds there at the end of the race. So Oscar Gallin ahead of Angelina Simmons and Zalia Suarez, who would take 1, 2, 3 at the end of those races. As mentioned, apparently it's fallen on my shoulders to tell you what you can expect to see up next. Well, after a short interlude, a short break, we will be back with the second rotation of qualifying heats that starts with the juniors. They'll be out at 1 o'clock on track, which is around about 40 minutes time by then. We'll be back a little bit before then. And we'll be going over a few things. But there you can see the qualifying Heat 2s coming up for the juniors, minis, and the seniors. Then we go into the lunch break. There is a good break then after that. Then we go into the 3 finals, where at the end of those 3 finals, we will have the podiums. And then we'll be crowning our victors from the first day. Then, of course, we go into tomorrow, Sunday. We repeat the process, another brand new day for the drivers to see who will start where from time qualifying early in the morning. We'll take that short break. We'll see you in around about 35 minutes time. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the 2026 season of the Champions of the Future Academy programme. It's round one here in Valencia. The second half of the day is about to get underway with OKN Junior qualifying Heat 2. About to make its way out onto the circuit. The first race earlier on in the juniors was certainly quite a dramatic start for myself, Anthony John and Nicole Sutherland in the box. Half the grid not making it to the end of that race, Nicole.
Yeah, half the grid and some big names in the pack of karts that really got caught out into a big pile-up at the start. We obviously had Christian Veiland be one of those drivers. Of course, his day has not gone particularly well so far. Did provisionally pole it, but the time was taken away. Had to start from the back and then got involved in that pile-up when we went racing in Heat 1. Not good stuff then for that driver, but another opportunity now, the second heat for these juniors. Second opportunity to try and pick off some positions from drivers like this driver who is starting right at the front. Zoltan Koini, great stuff from him so far. Took obviously that pole position and a Heat 1 win.
Yeah, indeed. But like you say, was a tough race, though. Still had to fight back for it. But like you say, taking that P1 spot. Axel Nocom, who is not starting anywhere near the front row on this one. I will say he's back on the 6th row of the grid. Came away with an impressive second place in that race, managing to push his way through, nearly taking a race win. Unfortunately, just missed out on it. But still an impressive drive nonetheless. One driver who did struggle, Enzo Stambach, who sits there on the second row of the grid, the number 14, was a retirement. That was a retirement after the slow procedure, so avoided the cause of the slow procedure, but then on the restart had a tumble at the final chicane. Unfortunately, he was joined by Dinia Islami in that incident. But like I say, it's a complete reset now. The grid goes back to what it was from qualifying this morning. So back with the same order that pretty much we had earlier on. So let's take you through that full starting lineup as engines are on. And the field makes its way out onto the circuit. Someone's apparently listening to heavy metal while they're out there. Lovely. Look at that. Hopefully not. They're not allowed any headsets in there. Right, here we go on your grid then. Zoltan Koini, Albert Cueva, front row of the grid once again. What can they do from there? And so Stambach and Hernan Rodriguez come away with a second row start for this one. Rivan Preetham and Johnson Stewart go from row number 3. They lock out the top 6 on circuit. Row 4. We'll see Mitash Jain and Neil Nekmush, 8th and 10th for them on track. Can they better that in this one? Atika Kamir, 3rd place. A great run in that first race for the young lady, starting alongside Mirko Magleda on row 5. Axel Nocom and Andy Stewart will go from row number 6. It was P5 for Andy Stewart as well. The leading one of the Discover Your Drive Initiative drivers in the junior category, with row 7 being Dinia Islami and Ayes Oriana.
Row number 8 then houses Alonso Gonzalez alongside Marcela Samsau. And then from 9 we have Lauren Shinahaj with Odin Flora. From row number 10 we have Lorenzo Zucchetto, who suffered a DNF in his Heat 1. He'll be starting alongside Mia Zanki, who had a great result with an 11th place gain in Heat 1. Shortly behind on row number 11 it's Alessandro Gonzalez with Ollie Brunt. And then from 12 it's Julia Angelard and Benjamin Poulsen. 13 will be Jamie Arat with Adina Al-Mahidi. And rounding out your 14 rows, we have Christian Veiland and Stanislav Grabowski. Both those drivers then on that 14th row, part of that DNF pile-up we saw earlier on. So an opportunity for both of those drivers to try and pick something up within this second OKN junior qualifying heat. These drivers then just ticking off those formation laps, trying to get the tyre up to temperature, make themselves really in that zone. Of course, quite a long circuit for these drivers, a combination of fast and flowing sectors along with long sweeping corners. They really do need to get that tyre up to temperature, get some heat in there so that they can really attack turn number 1 when we go racing.
Yeah, indeed. And like you're mentioning there, a lot of those drivers with those fresher tyres, because they only did do 2 corners in a qualifying session. So yeah, they'll be right back in the sharp end of things, I'm sure, at the end of this one. Of course, pending if we get through turn 3 again on this one. Here we go. Everyone is primed and ready to get ready to watch this race. It's quite the anticipated classes. The juniors, a lot of these drivers stepping up from the minis, so a lot quicker karts this time around, completely different chassis, completely different engines. Here we go, into the tram lines. OKN Junior qualifying E2 is lights out as they head towards turn number 1 once more. A good start for Koini on the inside row. This time, Enzo Stambach holding on to the inside line, but once again, it's Albert Cueva running wide at turn 1. Green flags are out, which means there's a yellow flag out somewhere. One car has not come through turn 1, and it's unfortunately Enzo Steinbach. He had a DNF earlier on. He's got one attempt to get this started. That was it. He's out of the race. That's 2 DNFs. He'll be at the back of the grid for that final.
Well, at the front end of your order then, settled stuff for our top 5 there. You can see them just attacking sector number 2. No changes for that race leader just yet. Zoltan Koyni still holding on to this one. In the sharp end of the field, though, we've got battles going on, and it's already Axel Nocom that has jumped up the order. Nokem already inside the top 5. Inside the top 5 comfortably as well. Into turns 17, 18 and 19 to tick off this first lap of racing for our drivers. Out there in the lead then, Zoltan Koyni leading around Vivan Pritham, Mitash Jain, Axel Nocom from Atika Mir. Mir having a great start to her junior campaign. 4 positions gained already. She is that driver just on the back of Axel Nocom. Changes down the inside then to try and battle out for AP2. Rivan Preethan has lost it to Mitash Jain.
Yeah, Jain down the inside. Now Preetham's going to get squeezed out by the rest of the field here. Nocom, Mir, Rodriguez all come through and push their way up nicely in this order. You can see defensive posture there in the background. That is Rodriguez trying to keep the pack all at bay. And he has done that for the time being, but we'll keep a close eye on the progression. Koyni in the lead, but the gap is only 0.2 of a second. Mitash Jain is there, and Mitash Jain is alongside, and Mitash Jain in the lead. That's a nice move into the final chicane there, and the driver representing the United Arab Emirates takes the lead of this one, but not for much longer, because down the inside, Koyni goes back through, off the track and out of the race. Unfortunately, it's the number 17. That's Marcela Assumpção out of the race. The young lady from Brazil goes no further. I think is joined by Benjamin Poulsen of Sweden, also out of this race. There is the stricken number 27 machine. The two go no further as Alba Cueva sets the fastest lap of the race, is trying to claw her way back up to the front row.
Well, that's 2 DNFs now for Marcela Assumpção, so she can expect to start at the back of the grid for the final. Going into the second sector then once more. This is lighting up, and this is turning into an absolute train for the top 15 spots, I'd say, Anthony. There's nothing in it for these drivers. Into the 135-metre back straight, these drivers will go, aggressive as you like. Drivers bumping and bashing into the back of each other. Koyni now under pressure once more. Axel Nocom going for it into turn number 1. There you go. Textbook move. Nocom knew that he had the length of the straight to just toe up to Zoltan Koyni, saw the gap existed, put the nose in at turn number 1 and just drove away. Now uses the curb to get the run, and moves going on shortly behind Nocom. Mir, Rodriguez and Koyni fighting it out.
That was a pure NASCAR-style draft there down the start-finish straight to get all 3 of them past Zoltan Koyni there, and I think it was the 2 drivers trusting Nocom that it was going to get the move done. They both followed it. They just left Koyni out to dry, didn't they? They just squeezed him to the outside and they said, "You're not in this train."
I've got, question for you within this one, Anthony. Last year we watched the progress of Axel Nocom. I just, almost jinxed him then. Okay, Axel.
Rodriguez to the inside.
I just think he's come into this season with something extra. Now he looks like he's under threat for that race lead. Yes, he is. He's going to lose 2 positions there, maybe even 3. 2 for the price of 1 there. Antika Mir getting all involved once more. But for me, Nocom, despite losing that race lead, I really think he looks comfortable going into this season.
Definitely. A great confidence booster at the tail end of last year. And like you say, started well also at the beginning of this year with Macau. And I think it's a new driver that we see in 2026. And certainly seeing that, especially in the European phase of these events. Of course, this series, the International Series, sees rounds all over Europe. Then, of course, we head to the Middle East, and we will see those events there. This one here, though, still not over then. Hernan Rodriguez in the lead of this race. Koyni back there, another retirement from this race. Is that Alonso Gonzalez from the Dominican Republic? It is the number 50 machine out of the race, the latest DNF. Unfortunately in this one. Back to the inside, Axel Nocom on Atika Mir, back to 3rd place. Now the 2 in front of Rodriguez and Koyni starting to break away.
Well, you just said her name. Atika Mir, for me, is another driver in this field that looks like she's found a bit of confidence, has jumped up into the junior class, and just looks like she's using the kart a bit better. Looks like she knows she's got that extra pace to go for those ambitious moves, and now she's inside the top five comfortably as well. In the mini category last year, she couldn't get better than about P4 in a final, but now in the junior category, I'm maybe going to predict it a little bit early. She looks really good here then, Anthony. Down the back straight, these drivers will go once more. Zoltan Koini still trying to hunt down a way past Rodriguez as more retirements out there on the track. This time, maybe, I don't know, Al-Mahidi that has had some bad luck. Yes, it is. Whoa, big change down the inside of turn number 1. Zoltan Koini snatches that race lead back. And
with that race lead, brings Nocom and Atika Mir back into play. Nocom wasting no time. Big hit of the curb there just to try and push it forward. Sets the fastest lap of the race as well on that previous lap. Perfect time to do it when the race lead changes. Really close in on that attack, but he has done so. This opening part of the lap towards post 7. Once again, big heavy braking zone here. Down in towards turns 11 and 12, and again no change for these front runners. Koini still in the lead, but the gap's only 0.2 of a second. Rodriguez will have the advantage here. Another driver walking away there. Is that Lorenzo? No, that is Abdullah El Majidi, who's out of the race. You called him earlier on. That's just another look at him at the end of this one. Here we go. Nocom in the slipstream, in the tow. Is he going to go for it? No, but Rodriguez is. Nocom's going to follow. Koini once again is hung out to dry, and he slots down into 3rd place. Atika Mir unable to get that move to the inside this time around, but well in the fight.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Axel right now. I think he's using his head within this one. He's just been using the drivers ahead lap after lap to open up these gaps. Further down in the order, big progress between drivers like Mitansh Jain. We've got Neil Quaver is trying to fight something back, but she has lost 5 positions within this race.
We just saw there retiring from the race, the young driver from the United Kingdom, Ollie Brunt, no more in this race as he heads back to Parc Ferme. But yes, as mentioning, those drivers behind slowly starting to eke ever closer now as this fight will go to the very end. Here we go, over the start-finish line. We head onto the last lap of this race. It's Hernan Rodriguez who leads the way. Axel Nocom, Zoltan Koini and Atika Mir are 1, 2, 3 and 4. But watch out for the drivers behind. You've got the likes of Nilnuk Mush, you've got Mitansh Jain, you've got Alba Quaver, who now leads that group just behind, and they are closing in rapidly. In the background, this is far from over, but there has been no change from these front runners. Hernan Rodriguez is doing a brilliant job of not over-defending. He's positioning the car in such a beautiful spot. Now he's gone defensive in towards the hairpin there. Nocom's on the rear bumper. This will be into that final chicane. Remember, this is to determine who starts on pole position for the final. This is an important one. And for Axel Nocom, is he going to line something up? Well, he's going to go to the outside, the long way round. Surely he's not going to make the chicane. And he doesn't. He comes across the line, but does he win the race? The answer's yes, but I don't think he might keep that one. But that's going to be a decision for the rest of the officials here. That's a very feisty one. Nocom then takes the win on the track. Will he keep that one on paper as investigations coming out? That's the number 27 of Tatiana Alexieva under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Paulson's under investigation as well. Well, the field will head back. I just didn't think it was going to work out, that move from the outside line. It never really does. And despite the best efforts there for the two drivers, I have just a sneaking feeling there that might be enough for Hernan Rodriguez to pip that one. But we have to wait and see as the field makes their way back into Parc Ferme. As it stands provisionally with the intermediate classifications, it is Axel Nocom who leads the points with 94. He is looking like he could be your pole sitter for the final later on in the juniors. Zoltan Koini second from Hernan Rodriguez. Atika Mir fourth from Alba Quaver. And then it's the likes of Stewart there as well. Andy Stewart has put herself up to 6th place ahead of Mitans Jane, and Neil Nekmush taking 8th in the intermediate classification. But that, of course, all provisional, pending any post-race results. And the start of that race, relatively calm. Later on, multiple retirements, unfortunately, out of the race. Unfortunately, we saw Enzo Staumbach. He came away that retirement right at the start. Huge shame for him. Not the results he would have wanted. Benjamin Paulson retiring with Marcelo Assumpção. Then it is Alonso Gonzalez, and then Abdenour Al-Majidi and Ollie Brunt, unfortunately, all retiring from that race. There is a look at your full results there on your screen. Biggest mover once again in this one, Christian Feilund, 14 places gained. Incredibly strong performance indeed. That pushes him all the way up to the sharp end of the field. Fantastic run for them in that race, and those results you're seeing there on your screen, unfortunately, are the seniors' results from previous race, so please do not pay attention to that one. But yes, the rest of the field, still a strong result. Nocom then taking the win provisionally from Herman Rodriguez, Atika Mir from Zoltan Koyni, Albuquerque from Neil Nekmush, then it is Mitans Jane from Dinir Islami, Johnson Stewart from Andy Stewart rounds out the top 10, Rhythm Preetham and Anaïs Oriana. Then it is Christian Feilund and Mirko Maguleda finishing in P14. Laurent Shahinaj finishes in 15th place out of Jamie Irant. And it is Zucchetto, Angelard, Gonzalez, Flora, Zanki and Grabowski who rounds out the 22 finishers in that race. There is your race winner, Axel Nocom, at the end of that race. Let's have a look at those highlights then. As the field went down in towards turn 1, keep an eye on the number 14, had the inside line here, but then just spat to the exit there, unfortunately. Albuquerque, that was the reason why she went backwards in that race as well, in avoidance of Enzo Staumbach. And you saw there Rhythm Preetham and Mitans Jane were pushing towards that inside line, unfortunately rotating, and the one and only attempt to get restarted on the first lap only was a failed one there. And a tough start for the Italian, who will be starting his final a lot lower on that grid than what he's had in this one. Early moves in the start of that one. There saw Mitans Jane back to the lead. Later did lose out on that lead with the closing field coming in again. Axel Nocom, 10th place gain, pushing through the field. An incredible drive, and this was him going for that lead. Later as well, you could see how everyone was following. Atika Mir joining, Hernan Rodriguez as well, Zoltan Koyni dropping back into that order. Koyni, of course, the winner from the first race earlier on, was looking to see if he could replicate that in this one, with again those moves to the inside, and this is the one where it was just lucky enough to get that 2 for 1 in towards turn 1. Nocom later down to 4th place, fighting back. Was able to close back in on the front runners. This was Koyni to the inside at the same time that move happened. Nocom set the fastest lap of the race and was able to close the gap even further. Rodriguez to the inside, and that would allow Nocom back into 2nd place. This moment here was an interesting one over that final chicane, and with that move took the race win. And that one always seems to be the Achilles heel of the drivers fighting into that chicane, and unfortunately we'll have to wait and see what happens from that one. But as it stands, it is Axel Nocom who takes the win at the end of that second one, which puts him provisionally, of course, on pole position for the final. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Axel, you ended last year really strongly. You've come into this season, again, strong form from you, and it's looking like you could be on pole going into the final. That heat, though, interesting end for you through that final corner. Can you tell us about what went on?
So in the final corner, I tried to make it round the outside to get the position. And then after that, I was ahead by the apex, but then we made a bit of contact, so I went off. And then after that, it was a run to the line, but I somehow won.
Well, Axel, we'll see how that one plays on after, you know, stewards and officials look down on that one. Thank you very much. We're going to speak to Hernan Rodriguez as well. Hernan, we're going to swap over with Axel. Hernan, good race from you then, P2 in the end, but it was very busy, especially at turn 1 where you drivers really were using that as an overtaking hotspot. Talk us about turn 1, you know, the overtakes into there. How does it work?
In the first corner, someone went off track, and I needed to escape him. And also, when you push someone, that person have a lot of advantage to the other one for overtaking in turn 1.
And that moment then for Axel Nocom when he cut that last corner, in your eyes, seeing that sort of unfold, being part of that, what do you think of it?
I brake on the inside and he tries to go around the outside, but he couldn't make it and he went off track without no contact, and he pushed the accelerate much before than me, and he wins a lot of potential.
Well, Hernan, we'll see how this one unfolds then, but it, for the moment, is AP2. Let's head back up then into our commentary box, over to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, Junior's done and dusted. We will see them out later on today for their first final of the 2026 campaign. Looking forward to that one. Mini 60, though, is coming up next for their second qualifying heat. And for the Minis, well, certainly, again, a very interesting race earlier on that saw in qualifying Heat 1 an incredible result for Win Godschalk, managing to push himself up from that second row of the grid to take that P1. Mohamed Wibowo as well taking P2 at the end of that one. Max Schilling and Cooper Lopez rounding out the top 4, and Leo Kralev running out the top 5 in that first race. So a strong performance in that first one. For some drivers, they didn't come away unscathed. A few penalties did go out. Ilyas Sami was one of them, unfortunately. The young Briton who's starting this one on the front row of the grid. And that was due to track limits, unfortunately. And that is one that caught out many drivers into that, you named it, final chicane. So it has been catching out many drivers. But let's see how it will transpire in this one as the field makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly take you through that full starting lineup then and find out who will be starting on pole position for the final later on today. Here is your grid. Max Schilling and Ilyas Sami taking the front row of the grid. Win Godschalk and Cooper Lopez going from row number 2. Mick Klinker's relatively decent race earlier on finds himself back on the third row of the grid alongside Charles Clough. Mohamed Wibowo and Adam Privot go from row number 4. There we'll see Leo Kralev and Dominic Vera on row number 5. Zev Godschalk and Jonas Tam go from row number 6 with Gavin Leisure and Graham Coy on row number 7. Leonis Zarakov and Chloe McGill will round out row number 8 and the leader of the Discover Your Drive Initiative drivers in 2026.
Row number 9 then looks like Max Laufer alongside Albert Paulson. And then from row number 10 we have Pietro Zorzi alongside Luashu Methabula. From row number 11 it's Timu Garipov with Gustavo Oliveira. And then from 12, your top 24 is rounded out by an all-USA row number 12 with Caden Kaladera and Sofia Rudenko. From row number 13, Anna Macon will start alongside Summer Chopra. And from 14, we have Gorda Yulev with Geronimo Pacheco. 15 will be Jan Vavra alongside Carmen Silva Kavorikan. And from row number 16, we have Parnika Mandaluri. E31 will be starting all alone on that back.
I don't believe she's there. I don't think she's headed out onto the circuit, which is unfortunate. She's not clocking up on my screen, so potentially one retirement already from the race. She's just left the grid now. Very late runner to the grid here. Now the field have gone. They are miles ahead, so it's going to be a long attempt here. There is that Sami Ilyas? It is, yeah. They got ahead of the field here, and then there's slowed it right down to let them catch up again. So field a bit shaken up here. Good news is that it looks like Panika Nadarali will be able to close up to the back of the grid here. But of course, will be a complete full lap down, won't have the tyres up to full temp or anything like that, but will be in position, which is good to see. Field now heading down into the back straight, heading into the final couple of corners. This is where it gets into the nitty-gritty. At the moment, Nicole Wingolds-Chalk points leader. Definitely looking like the favourite into this one. A strong performance last year, second in the championship at the end of it in Alpha San in the UAE. And he comes back for another full season on this one, and he's there at the front. Hand up there for Wingolds-Chalk. I think that's just to say to the field to slow it down, back it up. He's trying to back everyone up, and now there's becoming a bit of a car park a little bit there. And now we're coming to a stop. This is... and there's a cart on top of a cart now. This is not what we want to see. Is that Mohamed Wibowo there? This has all gone wrong. And that's not what you want to see at all. And yeah, it was the 806 of Mohamed Wibowo on the back there of Nick Clinkers. And they're going around again. First false starts. Not sure what happened there. The pace was super slow.
I'm wondering there if the hand up by Wingolds-Chalk was to sort of signal that he was being pushed from the drivers behind him.
Yeah.
He was getting forced into the backs of Schilling. Just wondering there if he was trying to say, no, I can't do anything about this. Almost come
this
to a
isn't slow
complete
motion.
dead stop here. So we're taking the cut through round, and this is where Clinkers really gets caught out there by Mohamed Wibowo, just back on that back wheel, and Clinkers can't do anything about it. Does obviously as well after signal to the mechanic to say what was that all about. But we're going around again for these drivers to try and sort themselves out. Let's take you through maybe a few moments in Heat 1. 6 penalties in our field for not respecting track limits.
I went over that a little bit.
One of those names, one of the biggest names, Ilyas Sami at the front row, I could see him being signalled as they were going round by driver coach, ex-world champion of Danny Curl, to just say, think about this one. Use your head as we're going into this second heat.
Yeah, indeed. But let's see how that one will transpire, because, very slow there on that formation. You don't want to go too slow, because of course you can accidentally oil up an engine if you go too slow, so they want to keep the pace up well, they haven't got Dan Ashton there. They've got full race director Martin Bean telling them, right, this is what we need you to do. And you can see just the hands up there just saying, come on, slow it down, but don't bunch into us, don't push us on this one. Just hold formation. This looks better. A bit slow, but slow is better than going absolutely rapid into the tram lines. We are racing towards turn 1, and it was a long hold there for the drivers, but they got going. Great start for Schilling. Wingolds-Chalk to the inside. That outside row again, not the best start. They've been swamped back into the pack, and already we're going to see that pinch point of turn 3 come up quickly. It nearly half caught one driver. It's caught many in the background. Multiple carts into the dusty gravel. And that's going to be retirements here unless they can get them on the track and under their own steam. And they have done that. Beautiful stuff. That's unfortunate there for Pietro Zorzi is one of them. I think Gustavo Oliveira was another, and maybe even Gordy Dulov is as well. And all's happening, and that's unfortunately grinding to a halt. The 807 going no further. Max Schilling's kart has ground to a near halt.
Well, big round the outside moment. I think that was Wingolds-Chalk managing to fight his way past Schilling. Has managed to get going again, as now into that back straight. These drivers trading that paint with each other through turns 17, 18 and 19. And again off the road, is that Ilyas Sami that's just got that one wrong? Sami again. That last chicane is not his friend this week, is completely off the road, will be parked, will be out of this second heat.
It's such a shame for him. Not sure what happened there. Was he side by side with another and had to take to the runoff and just didn't have the moment there? And that is a big shame there for the driver who started this one on the front row of the grid. Again, lunges to the inside there. That is Lopez, Cooper Lopez going for the moves. Now, I think that's past Wibowo, and that would be up into 4th place if he's managed to get that one done. You can already see hand gestures coming in there for the drivers. Is this that moment in the background? No, this is the round the outside moment there for Wingolds-Chalk. I tell you what, on the brakes, nailed that one. Unfortunately, just ground to a halt. The engine just seemed to choke there out of the corner.
Yeah, wondering maybe if that looked like a bit of an exaggeration of pace for Win Godstrong. He's probably just read that Schilling has lost some time. And there was this moment then for Sally, completely off the road, does not make the corner and straight into the barriers.
It's a shame on that one, but it is what it is, unfortunately, and the race must go on. Godschalk in the lead, Clinkers, and I want to know some good news on this one. Zev Godschalk is there in P5 and is closing in. Could you imagine a P1 and 2 for Godschalk?
Well, I wouldn't say they're far off. You know, Win is P1 currently. Zev is on the charge. Don't count him out. He might be the youngest driver in the field, but he's come into this competition with some great pace. There he is there on your screen, just tailing round the likes of Lopez, Clough, Pirvu and Tam, trying to get involved as well. Every driver then inside of your top 5 has made some good progress. 2 positions for Godschalk, 3 for Clinkers, 6 for Kralev, 3 for Wiberow and 6 for Godschalk as well, who's now almost in the spot of bother there, going into the final chicane. Was all out of sorts after Lopez just tagged that back bumper slightly. Now we'll go into turn number 1, defensive, to try and hold on, to try and push back Charles Clough, who's trying to get into this fight, trying to get himself into the top 5.
He spent a whole last season watching his older brother go to work around the world in the karting paddocks.
Wasn't old enough
yeah,
to join
exactly.
us.
And joins the paddock now and has been doing a good job so far. We'll keep a close eye on that one. Charles Clough, though, set the fastest lap of the race in that previous lap, pushing forward there, unfortunately, as a driver going no further. I think that might be Caden Caldera in the 900. Another driver from the USA, unfortunately, getting stuck on the curb. They are big curbs, they are small karts, but manages to get it back. That is unfortunately at turn number 3 and 4 on the lap. Puts him right back to the back of the field.
Well, for our audience at home then that haven't maybe watched this competition before, the minis are slightly different to the OKN juniors and the OKN seniors. They've not direct drive there in touch and go system. So, you know, with the bigger categories, once they grind to a halt, they have to actually push them to get restarted. That's not the case for our minis. Into turn number 1 then, this is still that battle for P5 between Godschalk, Zev Godschalk, Tam and Pirvu. Now Zev is still deciding to go defensive into these corners, trying to hold on to that one.
Yeah, indeed, doing a sterling job of it. There is a humongous battle in the background as well for 11th down to 22nd place, also kicking off out there. We've been keeping a close eye on that one out of the commentary box window. That's got Albert Paulson leading that one for the moment. Max Lufer second in that group. This is the chicane. Oh my, that is quite the ruckus there through that chicane, and a big moment there for the 8:53 machine of Charles Clough, who was looking like he was going to set the fastest lap of the race, but in that chicane did not go his way at all.
That's changed down the inside then for P2. Kralev and Clinkers trading position, or down the inside is Wiberow going to try and get it. Yes, he does. Into turn number 1 then. Wiberow read that one well, saw that Clinkers was missing some pace out of the final chicane and switches positions for that P3. This trio then really are trying to have some composure in the traffic that they find themselves in, but they have fallen off the back of Godschalk again. It's 1.4 seconds that Godschalk has got to his name. A pretty identical gap to his previous heat.
Yeah, indeed. Still keeping an eye on this one. Race nearing its conclusion here. And still yet to see these ones fully go at it. But Kralev has done a brilliant job here. Like you say, it was a top 5 finish earlier on. Managed to claw it to that P2 spot now, but this one looks interesting. Clinkers is not off the rear bumper here of Wiberow's, not gone for the move into that final chicane. Might think of something later on in towards turn 1, but I think the two are communicating now. Go on to this last lap, they are thinking of the bigger picture, and that is to keep with second place. Kart's going off the track a little bit there in the background. That's Yunus Tam, who was off the circuit, the 809 machine. That's right into that massive battle from, well, I think from now 5th place downwards all the way. Zev Chalk leading that one at this moment. So the entirety of the rest of the field is all in that second group. That's how far ahead these drivers are of how close they've been in their competitive nature.
Watching on eagerly now at Mick Klinkers. There on your screen at P4. Looks like he's trying to get that elastic band slingshot move done on Wibowo there, but it looks like he's going to probably run out of time within this one. Down that back straight, Win Godstalk has ticked off these corners, has ticked off these laps. Is 1.1 seconds clear of Kralev, who's exiting out of that final turn, and he's done it again. Win Godstalk takes another qualifying heat win, a second clear of Kralev, and Mohamed Wibowo, who rounds out your top three.
Indeed, strong drive there, but for Win Godstalk, he will claim pole position for the final later on today. 100 points to his name, 2 wins out of 2. The second row of the grid is promoted to P1 for the final, and that is a deserved drive. Like you say, Leo Kralev taking second place ahead of Mohamed Wibowo. Mick Klinkers taking P4. Zev Godstalk takes P5. 6 places gained. Superb drive, but it's Albert Poulsen who is your biggest mover out there. Only 8 places, but still a good run indeed to get up inside the top 10 at the end of that race. Well, Mini's done and dusted until that final later on today. Stay tuned for that one. We will see the highlights and we'll be chatting to our pole sitter for that final later on. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. Win Godstalk, Leo Kralev and Mohamed Wibowo take 1, 2, 3 at the end of the second qualifying heat race for the Champions of the Future Academy program in Mini 60. Rest of the field here on your screen. Like you say, the top 10. We've gone over Charles Clough taking 8th, Eunice Tam 9th place. Max Schilling, tough race on that one, drops to 11th place. Not the start we would have wanted. Max Lufa and Cooper Lopez as well, 12th and 13th. Dominic Vedder and Chloe McGill takes the top 15. Sofia Rudenko takes P16, also 8 places gained for Sofia Rudenko, ahead of Guillaume Coy, who takes 17th. Samar Chopra from Linus Zarovkov takes 19th. Then it's Anna Malcolm who takes 20th place. Metabulla from Vavra, Zorzi from Dulev, Gabriel and Kavakoyan, who takes the top 26 spots. Oliveira from Pacheco, then it is Caldera, and now Delori, who takes 30th. Only one retirement, Ilyas Sami, unfortunately, from the front of the grid. There is your race winner, and provisionally, of course, your pole sitter for the final later on today in Mini 60. Win Godstalk, after a very strong season last year, steps into 2026 on a high. This is your highlights. Well, this is at full speed. This was the first attempt at a race start here for qualifying Heat 2. Unfortunately for Mohamed Wibowo, mounted the back there of Mick Klinkers, and thankfully they managed to get that one sorted out, and a restart was able to happen. And they got that race underway. Dramas at the start again, just on that outside line there. Ilyas Sami this time around struggling to get that nose to the inside. That allowed that inside road to go, so Schilling, Godstalk, Klinkers and Wibowo were able to push forward. Drivers who did tumble at the very start of the race as well, dropping back into that order. Then we started to see the overtakes. This beautiful one around the outside there, round post 7, Win Godstalk. That was on the likes of Max Schilling, who, as we mentioned, managed to recharge and get going again. But unfortunately lost a lot of places on that one. And then this moment here for the front runner of Ilyas Sami, takes to the runoff and into the barriers at that final chicane. That has been a tough corner for him so far in these races. Caught out in that one on that first race as well. Charles Clough up on 2 wheels through that final chicane as well, catching out many people is that corner, and was looking for a fastest lap of the race on that lap, and then ended up on the back of another cart. Moves happening though at the sharp end. Leo Kralev to the inside. Mohamed Wibowo also back to the inside. That pushed Mick Klinkers down to 4th place. Across the line, beautiful race for Win Godstalk. Let's head down to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, like you said, Anthony, down here with Win, great race for you as well as this first heat, another big gap. Last year, you were in contention all year for that championship win. It was you and Perico that were fighting it out. Would you say your pace from 2025 has really given you some extra confidence this year?
Yeah, last year me and Perico were battling hard, and this year I don't know who I'm going to battle with.
And when, you know, yourself and Zev, you're here this week with a team around you. For you, who is it that's helping you? What do you do away from the circuit to really make sure you're as quick as you are?
Yeah, with the circuit, I do with my coach lines, and after sometimes I help Zev.
Well then, we'll see how yourself and that help for Zev gets on in the final provisional poll for Win Godstalk. We're going to head back up then into our commentary box. One more qualifying heat left to go.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, it is the seniors who will be coming out next onto the track for their second qualifying heat of the weekend before their final later on today. And once again, we'll cast our mind back to what happened in that first race, because again, very calm and collected for many. Not too much dramas happening throughout that one, with everyone managing to finish the race. A lot of penalties did go out in that one, but still a strong race for many, and one particularly for the pole sitter from qualifying, Oscar Gallen, who came away with a qualifying heat win and clear by 2.7 seconds. Angelina Simmons as well, very strong race in that first one earlier on as well. Started it on that second row of the grid in third, was able to get up into second place. Rypold third in that one. Elias Aman with a 4-place gain finished in P4. Emmanuel Leodikis finishing in P5. The biggest mover, however, Jagrat de Troja, 16 places gained, got into 6th place there. But it was Julian Bruckbacher who had gained 21 places to get into P10. That was an impressive drive. There, though, Oscar Gallen, fastest in qualifying, came away with qualifying 1 heat win. Can he do the same in qualifying heat 2? We are moments away from finding out as the marvellous marshals head back out to their spots out there. I want to talk a little bit about penalties in this one because, like I mentioned, there were many of them in there, for a lot of them front fairings, some of them track limits, but we'll go over that a little bit later on as engines fire up and the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup then. OKN Senior, qualifying heat 2 gets underway. It's Oscar Gallen and Casper Rypold on row number 1. Angelina Simmons and Beatrice Costa, they will take row number 2 again. Keep an eye on them. Good run in that first race at the start of it. Peter Gorecki and Xavier Suarez was one of the drivers who came away with a 5-second time penalty. Unfortunately, a nose cone bumped him down the order, but he starts it again on the third row of the grid. Emmanuel Leodikis and Elias Aman go from row number 4. Emilia Wismierska and Jan Michalesco go from row number 5. Nikodem Osheki go from row number 6 alongside Emil Bratton. Then it's Inja Rostad and Vanessa Shilkaneto on row number 7. Arsan Jolovic go from row number 8 alongside Amelia Pauli. Then it is Gabby Texera and Clelia Soda who ran at the first half of the field on row 9.
Row number 10 then is rounded out by Damien Bays and Marcel Matijewicz. And from row number 11, we have Oliver Rogmo-Hodge alongside Jagrat de Troja, who, like you said, Anthony, was up by a number of positions in heat number 1. Watch that progress for the driver from India. From row number 12, we have Rian Tutongio alongside Veer Chopra. And from row number 13, it's Eric Kalowski alongside Adam Rybitz. 14 will be Michael Zayak with Tatiana Alexieva. And row number 15, your top 30, is started by Manuel Caseda with Sarah Kojima. 16 will have Julian Bruckbacher with Sophia Sage. And then on that 33rd spot of the grid, we have Silas Ellefson. Already then, we don't have a runner within this race. Manuel Caseda is out. There you just saw him on your screen. Will not go in this second qualifying heat.
Indeed, big shame. He's pulled off at turn number 3 and looks mechanical in nature to me, and that's a big Rest of the race, though, will continue. Field heads down the back straight. And any last attempts to get temperature in those tyres is happening as they get themselves squared away now into that final sector. This is them now through 15 and 16. Then it is 17, 18 and 19. This final chicane that comes up quite fast for the drivers. Let's see how this one will transpire then. It's the last qualifying heat then of the day before we go into the finals. It's OKN Senior qualifying heat 2. Oscar Gallen and Casper Reipold. The start of the grid. It's lights out, fights on towards turn 1. And it's a good start for the inside row once again. Oscar Gallen holds on to the lead. Angelina Simmons slots into second place, carries that momentum through turn 1. And is able to hold on to that one. Reipold this time, much better start. Holds on to third place, spin at turn 3. Two cars facing the wrong way. But the rest of the field getting through. It's the 217 and the 213. Unfortunately, that's Emilio Bratton and Inya Rostad, who have come together. They started alongside each other.
A trio breaking away then at the front in the early stages. Then Angelina Simmons sandwiched right in between the two drivers that started alongside each other, Oscar Gallen and Casper Reipold. All three of these drivers within this trio competed in this championship last year, so they know what they're doing. They know this circuit as well. There is Ina Rostad, who will go no further. She finds herself parked and out of the second qualifying heat. This is getting all a little bit close for comfort.
Yes,
then into turn number 1, Oscar Gallen, Simmons, Reipold have invited Suarez back into the fight. Leo Dykis is in there as well. This is turning into a bit of a deja vu heat from earlier on.
Very familiar names. Yes, Nicole fighting at the sharp end once more and really providing us some close action here as it all kicks off once again. Leah Dykis fighting away with Le Mans there. Sheki is still there also. Trying to get involved, but we'll keep an eye on that progression because it is still Gallen who leads the way. Is that another retirement? Well, that's Emil Bratton, who was the other one of the retirements at the start of that race alongside Inya Rostad. Two drivers from Norway, both out of this one. All of a sudden, big breakaway for Gallen. That gap came out of nowhere, and is that because Emmanuel Leodikis managed to get up into second place? It was indeed. Goes defensive again from Reipold. Reipold now will get the up and under, goes alongside. It's wheel-to-wheel down the start-finish straight, but Emmanuel Leodikis has the power, has the waft, and holds on to that second place spot.
Well, I would be questioning there then, Anthony, if we miss something go on between Leodikis and Angelina Simmons, and maybe that's what has opened up this gap for Gallen, because those two drivers were shortly behind him, and now he has got 9 tenths to his name, 9 tenths between himself, Leodikis, and Casper Reipold, who there are still going for it for that P2. This race then further back in the field, we've got some big movers. Veer Chopra being one of those. Down the inside. That's how you get it done. Casper Reipold now P2.
Well, he just said, well, you left the door open, I'll stick my cart in there, and did exactly that. Poulsen under investigation now. That is not good at all, and hopefully we'll be okay with this one. But let's see how it will carry on in this. Head down for Reipold as he pushes forward. Leodikis again looks to the inside, but not close enough. Le Mans still there. Angelina Simmons still holding on to P5 as well. She has gone down a little bit in this order, but this happened in the race earlier on. She was able to claw it back. So keep an eye on this. This will help that out as well. Anything you can do, I can do better, says Emmanuel Leodikis. Back to the inside, squeezes Reipold out of the way, back into P2.
Yeah, Angelina in heat number 1 then in the first 3 or 4 laps just wasn't quite comfortable, hadn't quite found that rhythm. Just questioning, maybe it's the case that it takes her a little bit longer to switch those tyres on, because then midpoint to end point of the race, she really does come back to life, really does manage to light things up. So maybe it's just the case she's trying to work that rubber, trying to get that tyre up to temperature, because here she is. She's arriving once more. She's knocking on the door of Elias Leman there for that 4th position. Under investigations going on there, out for our drivers, and down into turn number 1. Big sense for our drivers in the mid-pack section. I think that's Gabby Texera, your first ever pole sitter last year.
Yeah,
really in the mix within this one.
Yeah, indeed. I remember that. Portimao, the sunshine and the rain, and the sunshine and the rain.
I just remember the rain.
Yeah, I just remember the rain. But great pole position for her. She was super happy with that one as the season went into roll in 2025. Looking at this one, the fight, third place. This is it on your screen here once again. It's Elias Leman who's got that move done. Reipold down to fourth place now. Simmons just behind. She's in attacking distance. Jan Mikulescu is just behind. Beatrice Costa is there as well. Gabi Teixeira is there. And then it's Suarez in ninth place. And Pauli holding on to P10 for the moment. Just behind Vanessa Schilkenater. This fight here, long way to go in this one, Nicole. And I feel like we're just getting into the first opening scenes of the lead battles because Liudakis is closing in on Gallen. Reipold and Leman are close together. Simmons is right there as well. I've got a feeling this is far from over, and there's the first symphony of it. Simmons down the inside, back up to P4.
Well, we've still got a bit of a way to go within this qualifying heat, but as it stands, Oscar Gallen, your driver out there in the front, is holding on to that provisional pole going into the finals. Obviously had that pole in qualifying, a heat win earlier on, is currently on the right track to get a heat win here, but he has dropped some time. He had a second to his name, and now it's only half a second. So Liudakis has found some pace compared to Oscar out there in the front. Gallen then from Liudakis, Leman, Simmons and Reipold. There you can see Simmons just trying to duck her head under that wheel, let the wind go over her head to try and tow up to Leman there in front of her, which she's absolutely doing. She's just mastered turn number 1 through 2, 3 and 4. She gets it right, and she is really now helping Casper Reipold to get into this fight as well. Watch the door open up between Simmons and Leman. I would say Reipold will use it, and I would say they're going to work together to try and get through on Leman to break into this P3. Here it is, though, at the front of your order. It was a second, then it was 7/10, then it was half a second. Now it's only 4/10 that splits up Gallen and Liudakis, and Gallen knows it, looks over his shoulder, and I would say that's a bit of a shock there for Oscar going into turns 17, 18 and 19. He's under threat now.
Yeah, he certainly is, but still not close enough just yet for the attack. We're going to have to wait a minute or two for that one. We won't have to wait for this one, though. Simmons down the inside of Elias Leman and steps up into third place now, and that is just positioning herself ready for the fireworks that she is expecting between Gallen and Liudakis later on in this race. While we wait for them to sort themselves out, we'll look back a little bit at some of the biggest movers that have come through this, because there's quite a few actually in this one. Veer Chopra, 11 places gained. Gabi Teixeira, 10 places gained. Michael Zajac there, 12 places gained. Julian Burbacher, said it earlier on, done it again. 14 places gained, pushing through the field. So again, really good runners there from the back of the grid, Nicole, and that will be down to the fact that they didn't really get to showcase their pace in qualifying because of that mishap that happened at the pit lane exit, which caused half the grid to not really get any qualifying in. This is heating up and getting ever closer. It's down to less than 0.2 of a second. Here we go. Liudakis is ready now for the battle, but someone who isn't is Vanessa Schilkenater, and that is Jan Mikulescu as well. They've gone off into the final chicane. That's a fast part of the circuit, and unfortunately, well, thankfully they're okay. But they will tumble down the order, and they were fighting right up there as well.
Fixated on this battle, then Anthony, between Gallen and Liudakis. Liudakis just waiting to pull the pin there to go for this race lead, is ticking off these corners, towing up to the back bumper of the 250, who has led all of these laps of this race so far. But Liudakis wants to change that. Down the back straight they'll go. He's within that tow distance into that final chicane. Steady on the brakes, steady on that wheel, and we'll watch race replay for Vanessa Schilkenater.
They went up very early.
Yeah, that was a big moment. Completely got spun round, and that is it for Vanessa. She will go no further. Of course, had great results out in Macau. Would have wanted to come into this week, in the sharp end of the order, but she just hasn't managed it yet, and now will have to try and claw her way through the field as we go into the final. And clawing their way through, Liudakis gets his way past Oscar Gallen, makes himself your race leader.
Yeah, it's a good move that, down the inside, wasting no time, but is he going to leave a door open here? Well, I thought Gallen was going to go back for it. Simmons is on the charge now. Back there in third place, has got to this point, and this is exactly what we said about her in the first race. Yes, okay, the start may be a bit tricky. She'll drop back a little bit, but she fights back. and that's exactly what she's done here. And is on the rear bumper, but so is Elias Saman, so is Reipold. 2's company, 3's a crowd. How about 5 of them? Well, I don't like that. But now down to the inside, Simmons squeezes, gets the move done. But is Leodikis clear now? It's only got a small gap, but can he focus on trying to break away? Now it's back to 0.3 of a second. Gallin now under pressure from the drivers behind.
Good stuff there by Simmons to just keep her foot in, keep her foot on that power and allow the tyre to really pull her around on the grip and hold on to that P2. Watch this one now, because she hasn't been put off by, that moment between her and Gallen just a moment ago. She is right there now. Watch her try and pull the pin for this race lead. Out towards that back straight they will go. She is on the back bumper of Leodikis, and he knows it. Goes defensive into the final sequence. Is she going to give it a go? Absolutely. Angelina Simmons, as clean as you like, makes herself your race leader. Down the main straight she will go into turn number 1, unbothered by Leodikis, because now he's under threat by Elias Leman. This is a great battle for the race lead, and Angelina Simmons holds on to it pretty comfortably, I would say, as we are now finishing off these last stages of this race, taking off this final lap. Whoa!
Oh no, and it's not lasted well, because round and out goes Elias Leman with a move he tried to pull off, and he's furious on the final lap. Well, he'll do his darndest to get the kart off the track. That's great from him. But he'll be absolutely furious with that on the final lap. All no pressure, though, for Angelina Simmons with this on the final lap. She's looking at a pole position start for the final. The young lady from Spain, first round of the championship here in Valencia. It's pole position for the final for Angelina Simmons. Incredible drive. And the young talent here, certainly trying to emulate the young talent we saw here a few years ago in the form of Aluna Flusha. And Angelina Simmons delivers here in Valencia. Leodikis takes second place ahead of Reipold. Gallen from Costa. Teixeira takes P6 out of Suarez. Chopra, this is that moment again. Down the inside. You can see the move coming away, just round. It's not what you want to see at all. With Oscar Gallen there. There's another angle of it. You can see Gallen down the inside. He squeezed him onto the outside. He got loose on the curb, and then he clipped to the side. A half spin, the engine stalls, and it's game over there. And that is a very big shame there for Elias Leman, who unfortunately does not see the end of that race and looked incredibly frustrated there. Angelina Simmons, though, no frustration here for the part of the 201 machine from Spain. A win from third and a superb effort indeed. And once again, carbon copy from that race earlier on. Julian Berbacher there started 31st, finished 12th, 19 places gained. That's going to be a driver who could be right up at that sharp end later on in this race. Certainly keep an eye on that one. Maybe could even fight for a race win. There are your victors, your top 3. Smiles all around for them in the media room earlier on this weekend. And it's continuing now, I'm sure, with Simmons, Leodikis, Reipold taking the win. Gallen from Costa, Teixeira from Suarez, Chopra from Zajac, Hodge from Petroja. Then it is Julian Berbacher from Tatiana Alexieva. Emilia Veshemirska from Claudia Soto, Sarah Kojima from Marta Maciejewicz. Then it is Nikodem Osechik taking that spot in 18th place ahead of Silas Elefson. 14 places gained, the same as Sarah Kojima. Alexieva, 15 places gained. Big movers in and around that top 10 area there from the back of the grid. Demi Bears finishing in P20 ahead of Emilia Pauli. And then it's Michalesko from Sage. Jolovic finishing that one in P24, and it dropped down a bit but recovered back to 24th place for the rest of the field. Here is your highlights. Well, from the very start of it, one driver out, and actually I don't think that was mechanical in nature. That looked like a spin there on that opening lap for Manuel Quesada. Unfortunately, out of the race, and I think he just dropped a wheel off the curb there. So on the formation laps, that's not what you want to see at all. Here was the start of your race, and pretty decent for the entirety of the field. You can see how Angelina Simmons held on to second place, later dropped back in the order, is at the chicane here again. The two drivers from Norway, unfortunately, Emil Bratton and Inja Rostad colliding, coming together there at turn 3, and unfortunately, those two out of the race at the very start. Reipold fighting back in the early stages, would recover back to third after a pretty shaky start as well, was fighting away at the sharp end here. You saw investigation flags coming out the early stages. Big moments like this as well. That's Arias Suarez there, who was fighting at that sharp end in the first race earlier on. Just having some moments there down the start-finish straight. That was a moment for Angelina Simmons, really dropped back from the front of the pack, but then slowly managed to claw her way through. Firstly, getting through past Reipold, then the likes of Gallant. That was the move past Elias Leman in the early stages. This was an unfortunate moment which saw the retirement for Vanessa Shilkaneta out of the race. I think Peter Gorecki also had a moment there as well. And unfortunately, there was a few retirements from that race. You can see how they were able to just rejoin, but unfortunately not for Vanessa. Later, then, we saw those overtakes. Emmanuel Leodikis, that was the first overtake. That was for the lead. He would drop back to second place at the end of that race. Simmons to the inside. Calculated moves here to get up into second place. Then this one, beautifully timed, beautifully executed through the chicane, not clipping those curbs, getting that race lead and starting to break away. This moment here for Elias Leman and Oscar Gallin. Very unfortunate, very frustrated for Elias Leman there. And you can understand, squeezed off there, rejoins, and unfortunately just rejoins into the side pod of Gallin, unsettles the kart and drops it back. Cross the line though, Simmons takes it, gets pole. Here's Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, you just said it, Anthony Jordan, pole position for Angelina Simmons going into later's final, but we'll touch on that probably on a grid walk. Angelina, that race just then for you, great heat win, but in the start of the race, you did drop back slightly. For you, in your eyes, what actually went on in that stage?
Like maybe also the pressures, but I was just trying to keep calm, and then like as the race kept going, I was faster and catching them.
And that composure to get past those drivers ahead of you, pick them off one by one. How do you manage to do it around a track like this? What are the sort of overtaking hotspots, would you say? Which corners?
I'd say the first corner, the 7, and the last corner.
And then for you as well, Angelina, you know, a bit of a long winter, but we saw you out in the UAE in the last couple of rounds of the championship where you took a huge final win. Would you say that's boosted your confidence going into this week?
Yeah, it has.
Well, Angelina, we'll see you later on for that final. We're going to head back up then to Anthony Jordan to hear more about those finals later on.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Nicole, down there with race winner and pole sitter for the seniors, Angelina Simmons. That will be coming up in around about an hour's time. That'll be starting with the OKN Juniors, then the Mini 60, and then the seniors for their extended races, 15, 13, and 17 lap races for them. So we'll wait to see what happens there, but certainly will be an interesting fight. Who will take the wins in those classes for the first day of racing? Moments away from finding out for myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. We will see you for those finals later on today.
Now I'm going to try the Playseat Formula Instinct F1 edition. Now as soon as I've got in it, it immediately feels familiar because it recreates the driving position I felt throughout my career. Let's see what it's like when I get going. The X-Adapt frame is really handy because you're able to really customize every part of the seat structure for your own body. You can adjust the angle of the steering and of course move the seat forward and backwards to get exactly where you want for a long night of sim racing. Just coming through the final corner. Yep, get the DRS open. The Modiform pads that I've got in my lower back are really good actually, which is ideal when you want to get on the brakes, especially for the slower corners. The steering wheel is super rigid on the frame, which is great because when you're going through these fast corners, changing one direction to the other, that's exactly what you want. You don't want the thing moving around. It was a decent lap, decent lap. Let's keep going. The seating position with your bum going low and your legs coming back up high is exactly how you have it in all Formula 1 cars, really. On the whole, I think the seat is super comfortable. I think for someone who's a bit more serious about their gaming and simming, this is really impressive because you feel genuinely like you're sitting in the cockpit of a race car.
It's finals time here in Valencia. The crowds are ready. The drivers are ready. The only question remains is, are you, the viewer at home, ready for 3 more races of the day before it all gets repeated tomorrow? Valencia, what a city it is. Spain's 3rd largest, and once again plays host to a round of the Champions of the Future Academy program. It took round 2 in 2025. This year, it kickstarts the season with round 1 here at the Cartodrome Internacional Lucas Guerrero. Year of opening, 2014, event record set by Oscar Gallin. Earlier on in time, qualifying with a 55.274, the fastest driver in the senior class. But of course, that could be taken away with tomorrow's qualifying. That could see a faster time. The circuit itself, though, quite the venue. Spans 1,400 metres. It's 210 metres down the start-finish straight. 135 down the back straight towards 15 and 16. It's around 9 metres wide. With no real elevation change, only at 0.5. It's quite a flat circuit for our drivers to go racing on this weekend. Turns, there are many of them out there, 19 in total. A very busy circuit that spans all the way from turn 1, a fast-flowing, sweeping right-hander, all the way to the very final chicane of 17, 18 and 19. There's 11 turns to the right, 8 to the left, and 1 hairpin out there, and each and every one of those turns provides its own unique challenges. Overtaking opportunities, there are plenty of them. Turns 1, 3, 6 and 7, 11, 12 and 13, and of course, that all-important final chicane, 17, 18 and 19, that already, so far in the qualifying heats, has caught out many a driver and caused some race start or race finish dramas as well. Top speed, drivers reaching that down in towards turn 1. They carry the speed out of the chicane and they can reach a dizzyingly high speed of 110 kilometers an hour. They'll average around 90 around the lap, indicating it is a fast and demanding circuit for the drivers, but it is a fan favourite for many from all over the world. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box, but it's just me in the box at the moment because Nicole Sutherland is down on the grid. We'll be hearing from her very, very shortly with some of our drivers, which will be the OKN Junior Final. That will be coming up first. 15 laps, 21.5 kilometers. But it is coming up now. It's OKN Junior. It's up next. For many years now, the Champions of the Future Academy program has blessed many nations from all over the world. But once again, it heads back here to Valencia for the first final of the 2026 campaign. It is the juniors making their way to the track, which will see Zoltan Korny on pole position, despite the best efforts from those qualifying heats. The man who was provisionally in the lead of those intermediate classifications with a race win and a second, unfortunately did lose that win. Axel Nocom, who should have started on pole position, does start this one on the 3rd row of the grid. But let's take you through the class itself, the OKN Junior class. Drivers aged 12 to 14 years of age. Entries a little lower than that one, 28 entries into the weekend from many different nationalities, I will say, from drivers all the way from Switzerland, India, Kosovo, the Philippines, Spain, Venezuela, Dominican Republic, Poland, Morocco as well, and many, many more. Here's a look at the karts themselves. The Kart Republic KR2. They are using the Miami Reedster 125, the 27 horsepower. Still revs up to 15,000 RPM. But it is restricted. It's the beautiful package that is the Miami OKN engine. You just take a restrictor off and bang, you've got a senior kart. Minimum weight is a little less than the seniors at 140 kilos. And of course the tyres that get used over the course of this one with the Vega tyres for the drivers. There the field, though, making its way out. Smiles all around for the drivers as they get themselves primed and ready. You saw a smile there on Julia Anglar's face, and the pilot of the number 33 machine will be starting this one at 15th on the grid. Rest of the field, they're getting ready, but this is going to be an exciting one. The juniors have provided some very close racing in the previous races gone by, which has seen drivers really push through the field. It has seen drivers really go in the wrong direction in the field. But in the main takeaway from it, it is Zoltan Koyne who will take the win in this one. Cast your mind back to last year, round 2 in April here in Valencia. The junior final on the first day of racing saw the United Arab Emirates take a P1 spot here with Leonidas Peruzzi. It was Ji Haofei and Manny Nuvolini, now Mercedes-backed driver, who would start and finish that race third place. But that was 2025. 2026 now will shape a brand new driver on the top step of the podium here in Valencia. The question remains still, who will that be? Could it be anyone from those front rows? Could it be someone from the back of the grid? Because, as we mentioned, a lot of drivers did step up the order quite nicely over the course of the qualifying heats. Some drivers had a little bit of a challenge. Some drivers really stepping up into their playing field here and getting those karts to the front end of it. But like we're saying, some of those drivers who you really do need to watch out on this one. Mitans Jane could be one of them. Of course, Axel Nurcom, maybe even Andy Stewart, who starts this P7 on the grid. Let's head down to that grid, though, and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, first grid walk of the 2026 season on, of course, the Valencia circuit. We're going to start this grid walk with our juniors, with our front row. Zoltan Koyne, of course, going off this front row. Great results for him so far, ever since taking that pole position in qualifying after Christian Fay lost out because of working on the pre-grid. Zoltan, great results for you so far. The racing, it's been pretty hectic within our juniors. There's been lots of overtaking. For you, can we expect to see the same as what we've seen so far today? You know, do you think a win is on the cards here?
Yeah, hopefully I can do like in the heats, just try to get my head forward and just drive it off.
And I'm going to speak to Hanan and, you know, ask him the same question. Into turn number 1, there's a lot of commitment that is needed to try and hold on to a race lead, try and go for those overtakes as well. Can you tell us the first, you know, couple of laps, the first lap, are there any nerves for you?
Yeah, obviously when you're starting on pole, it's not the same if you're starting like at the back and you just need to go back up. First corner, just keep it on the track, keep it in first position, and it's going to be all right.
Well, we'll see how this one plays out then. Zoltan, thank you very much. Starting alongside Zoltan, then we have Hanan. Hanan, to my left, gave us some insights after the heats earlier on, but we want to hear about those insights again. Hanan, great racing from you so far. Into turn number 1, full commitment is needed round this circuit. For you, talk us through how you're going to approach the first couple of laps.
So I think in the first corner, I would try to go to inside. But if it's not possible, we will go on around the outside, and always on the first lap close in on the turns.
Well, Hanan, good luck for this one. Like we said, front row start for these two drivers, Hanan Rodriguez and Zoltan Koyne, starting shortly behind. We have a driver who has jumped up into the junior category for 2026 after a long run in mini racing. Atika Mir, Atika, a driver who has previously been part of the Discover Your Drive initiative this year, is jumping into the junior class and is starting her final in one of her highest up starting positions in the championship over the past couple of years. Atika, you're starting very high up in this race, one of your first junior races. Any nerves, or are you confident? Tell us about it.
I think I'm confident because in the heats I started P9 every time, and then I finished third in the first heat and then second in the second heat.
And Atika, since jumping up from Mini, what's the change been like? Because, of course, last year you would have been on Paralin. This year you're on the Kart Republic with the IAMI. You're in a much bigger, much faster kart. How's that change been for you?
I mean, like the Kart Republic and Paralin are basically the same. I don't know, like, what's the difference, but they're just two different chassis. But the speed is the difference. I think the main thing and the chassis is bigger, and like everything is just bigger and faster. So like, yeah.
But are you enjoying it? You know, what's it like having that amount of power bolted to you when you're exiting the corners? It must be pretty fun as well.
I mean, you run a sprocket here for the straights because like you don't have that much power on the exits, so you really have to drive good on the slow corners. But yeah, in general, I'm really enjoying it because I'm doing pretty well, and I think everything has been doing good. So I think the qualifying could have obviously gone better, but you know, that's over now. So there's just this race, and we focus and move on.
Well, Atika, last year one of your best results, of course, was a P4, but this year, let's see if in a final you can get on that podium. Good luck, and we'll hopefully see you a little bit later on. That's it then for our grid walk. We're going to head back up into our commentary box to go into our first final of 2026.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the grid, bracing the relatively chilly conditions out there. Here's your starting grid, though, for the first final of 2026. Zoltan Koini of Switzerland started on pole position, joined by Spain's Hernan Rodriguez joining alongside. Atika Mir, like you say, mini driver last year with the Discover Your Drive initiative into the juniors, starts alongside Alba Cueva. Axel Nocom just missed out on pole position, starts this one on the third row of the grid, joined by Mitan Shane, who has certainly looked very, very quick this weekend. Andy Stewart, leader of the Discover Your Drive initiative in the junior, starts this one on the fourth row of the grid, is joined by Neil Nakmush on that row. Row 5, Johnson Stewart, brother of Andy Stewart, joins Rethan Preethan on row number 5 as well. Dinia Ismay and Lauren Shahinaj goes from row number 6. Row number 7 sees Mia Zanki, former FIA Karting Academy driver for Austria, now with the Discover Your Drive initiative, will be joining the Italian Mirko Maguiledo alongside Julia Angelard. And Ollie Brunt will go from row number 8. Keep a close eye on them. Good positions gained over the course of the day. Row 9, Alonso Gonzalez of the Dominican Republic and Benjamin Paulson of Sweden lock out that row, with then the top 20 being Christian Feilund and Odin Flora on row number 10. Row 11 sees Jemmy Eret and Alessandro Gonzalez on row 11. Row 12 sees Lorenzo Zacchetto and Ioannis Oriana on row number 12. Row 13, Enzo Steinberg, who's had a really tricky day today, finds it now on that 13th row of the grid. Will be joined by Marcela Somsau from row 13. Row 14, Stanislav Grabowski and Abdanur El Majidi will be joining him alongside from that 14th row of the grid. It is going to be a busy one. It was certainly a very frantic run in that intermediate classification. But at the end of it, it is Zoltan Koini who kickstarts the season with 25 championship points after those first 2 races. At the end of this final, that will increase. But to whom is the question? Nicole Sutherland joins me back in the box. Nicole, it is nippy out there, isn't it? And you've just, as
really
I said
cold.
that, you've just clubbed your hands together. It is chilly, isn't it?
It is cold out there. When the sun goes away, it's got a really low temperature out there. I've got a jumper and a coat on, and I'm still a bit chilly out there. But that's not going to be the same case for the racing. It's going to be very, very hot, very fiery.
Yes, it certainly will do. I'm sure the drivers won't feel that heat, though. They're the marshals out on circuit. We could not go racing without them. Without their passion and dedication, the volunteer marshals of motorsport, it's just not possible. And we do say thank you to the fabulous Orange Army that is out there. And we see them all over the world, of course, no matter what country we go to. They are always fabulous. There is Hernan Rodriguez on that front row of the grid. The back of his car, he is primed and ready to go. Don't rule him out. Honestly, he's been so quick so far this weekend. He's certainly going to be one to keep an eye on. The same for the rest of the field there. Just the drivers and mechanics to help kickstart them off the line. Of course, they are helped and assisted by the fabulous team from Miami and, of course, from Kart Republic. A brief look there at race director Martin Bean on the gantry, priming himself ready as the engines fire up. Drivers make their way on for their formation starts. Hopefully everyone gets going. They're not easy karts to start, but once you do get them going, they're all fine, and it looks like everyone has got them going, which is good to see. Nicole, I'm going to throw that all-important question at you. Who's winning it? Oh, he's done you.
I don't like that question. It makes me nervous. Okay, after pace, overtaking and watching the confidence of this driver, I'd say that Axel Nocom has a great chance.
Okay.
I think after watching her pace throughout the testing and that home soil confidence, Alba Cueva also, I would say, has a great chance. But to be honest, I wouldn't count out any driver inside of the top 10. I think it's a really even level playing field for all of our drivers. And I'm also quite interested in a particular story within this field, the story between the two siblings, Andy and Johnston Stewart, who start 7th and 9th. So they are bolted together going into that first corner. Drivers who have both jumped up from being in minis last year and now here at this circuit, quite literally glued together.
I'm going to tell you a funny story about what happened to those earlier on this weekend. It was in a free practice session. Andy and Johnson were in that same group, and they were first and second in that group. Now, this is quite funny, this one. So Johnson went up alongside Andy and said, "Hey, congratulations, P1." And he showed a number 1 finger. And it was reported by the officials in race control saying, "I feel like he's just gone alongside and done a rude gesture to another driver." He was then called to the stewards. It was then explained that, no, it's my sister. It was just me congratulating the number 1. I then went to the parents to issue the summons because apparently I had that job that day. And they said to me, "It's quite funny. It's the first time they've ever been nice to each other, and he's been penalised for it." So there we go. Quite the story, and probably one they've taken their copy of the summons, and I think they're going to frame it and hang it up at home, which would be absolutely fantastic. Right, that's the feel-good story of the weekend. Right now, it's time to get to that nitty-gritty, and that nitty-gritty is here with Zoltan Koini and Hernan Rodriguez on the front row of this one, but you've got the drivers on the inside line. Atika Mir, Axel Nocom, Andy Stewart there on the 4th row of the grid. It's got the inside line. Could we see this one roll? They're a bit quick, but we're going racing in the juniors towards turn 1. Zoltan Koini has the lead, and that inside line has worked out well. Hernan Rodriguez to the outside, spins in the background. 2 carts racing the wrong way. One of them is Laurent Shahinaj, who's round and out of the race. There was, I think, the number 15 there as well that has not come through. So that one was a bit of a shame. Julia Angelard, I think, may have got caught in. Odin Floria was one of them in the number 15, and I think the other was Mia Zanke. Unfortunately, the Austrian out of the race.
I said it. I said keep an eye on him. Axel Nocom is already in P2, has absolutely taken his no time to jump up the order. You can see him just bolted to the back of Zoltan Koini down the back straight. 135 metres for these drivers to get the toe into the final sequence of corners. There he is on your screen, Axel Nocom, the number 54, just chasing round. Big battles. Is this attempt for the race lead? Yes, it is. Axel Nocom overtakes by Zoltan Koini. They have swapped positions. It's a 4-place gain already and closes this battle up, this train up. It's only the first couple of laps, so expect the order to keep chopping and changing, but already the driver of the Philippines is on his hunt for this win.
Now, it's been reported to me in the commentary box, there is sprinkles of rain out there at the moment. It's only very light right now. We weren't actually expecting any. We've got heavy cloud cover, but it has started to rain. There is the radar. Now, that doesn't report anything. Yeah, do you like that?
We rebranded it last year.
We did. It's called Radar now. That's stuck. Hernan Rodriguez into 2nd place. This is one of those tricky situations now when there's a lot of communication and it's already there into that final chicane. A bit of happenings. I don't think that's because of the rain. I think that was Alba Cueva, I think, tumbling down the order.
I think Andy Stewart was maybe involved in some of that commotion as well. Eyes on this one, this battle into turns 3 and 4. Drivers further back in the field are really giving it a go. That was Atika Mir, I think, just losing out positions then to Mitaj Jain. Lorenzo Zucchetto is the fastest driver out there on the track, and Zucchetto actually is further down in the order in a bit of a position of clean air, which is not the case for the rest of the field. They're all battling this one out. Out of the front there, Nocom and Hernan Rodriguez have found a bit of real estate to the rest of the field, have found real estate to battles further behind that still rage on. Atika Mir and Neil then trying to sort themselves out for position for P5, as this could be a change for the race lead out there in the front. Hernan Rodriguez really trying to go for it. Turn number 1 is an absolute hot spot for these drivers, but Rodriguez holds on to it, thinks against it, and I would say, is he using his head maybe here? Push away, use Nocom, you know he's got the pace, you know that he wants to also push away from the rest of the field, so give themselves some ground and then go for it in the later stages. Yeah, this is not a qualifying heat. This is a final. The mentality of a driver changes dramatically in a final. However, it wasn't a turn 1. It is going to be there at post 7 out on circuit. The move is done, and unfortunately, more dramas happening Andy out. Stewart, That is Ridvan Andy Stewart, and Ridvan Preetham out of the race. Now I see Gonzalez go backwards there. I think that was an Alessandro Gonzalez who went backwards a little bit, but that is the latest retirement from this race, and that is a huge shame. This one is closing up now then. Anthony, two at the front. Rodriguez and Newcomb had broken away, but now they look like they're being reeled in by Courtney, Mitaj Jain and Atika Mir. Mir then still very much inside of the top 5, has lost a couple of positions. This is the battle raging on further back down in the order. So Coiney and Mitaj Jain just trying to use each other to chase up to your top 2 as Atika Mir goes fastest on the board. Yeah, indeed, just behind Mitaj Jain there, and that's just behind this fight as well. So very easily caught up. And yeah, you know what we were saying? We were thinking that long game was about to happen. We saw it right behind for Hernan Rodriguez and Axel Nocom. That wasn't the case on this, and yeah, that's kept that pack in nice and close. And you can imagine if Nocom gets a good lap in here and there, be right on the case once more. But Hernan Rodriguez's pace right now seemingly is quite good, and is only ever so fractionally faster than Axel Nocom, but it's not enough for him to really worry about him breaking away for it. The drivers behind, though, really do need to think about this one, because Zoltan Koini is back there now in 3rd place and is a threat on those 2 drivers ahead. He has done that before, where he has dropped back, caught up, overtaken, and got into the lead. As in the background there and off the track. That's not optimal at all for Mitaj Jain. Wheel to wheel with Atika Mir there, and well, we'll find out who that was in the moment. No, I think it was Atika Mir, because they were fighting next to each other. But there was that moment there, and yeah, unfortunately, that's just put him a little bit backwards, and now Neil Nutmush has managed to get through. He's now going to have that challenge out there on the track then, when he's going to have those dirty tyres bolted to him, and will have to use the next sequence of corners to really get that dirt off the tyre and try and find his rhythm once more. Now then, eyes on the top 4 of your field. It's still Rodriguez that is leading the way from Nocom and Coiney. Then have Atika Mir trying to get into this battle as well. Nocom hasn't actually attempted anything just yet, which I'm surprised about. I think typically we see him get the back bumper of the driver ahead and really go for it early on. But for now, he looks like he's trying to be patient. He looks like he's really trying to pick his place, pick his corner on the 19 that exists down this track. Yeah, indeed. And again, has closed in quite considerably now in this one. So has now Atika Mir, who just sits a few tenths of a second behind at this moment. Eyes on the drivers just behind as well. We spoke about big movers earlier on. We're speaking about them again in this one. Jamie Errett, 15 places gained, is into P6 right now as Axel Nocom. He's already been caught out once with that move into that final chicane. He doesn't want to get caught out again with it. He lost the pole position spot for this final there. He does not want to lose a spot on the podium because of that corner as well. And unfortunately, you're seeing some 5-second time penalties coming out there, and some drivers actually under investigation. Andy Stewart is one of those drivers under investigation. As that unfolds, I was talking about those big movers, other drivers as well. Marcela Sumtao is also a big mover out there. 14 places gained. Enzo Stambach from the back of the grid. Remember, he was on the front rows for these qualifying heats earlier on. He had 2 DNFs,
but he's fighting back through the field now.
Well, Nocom still trying to fight as well then, Anthony. Looks over his shoulder to see the gap between him and Coiny, who he had almost a bit of drama with just a lap ago here at this point in the track. This time does not have to cut across the curb and miss the corner. He actually didn't gain any advantage from doing that on the previous lap. So for now, he can sit there still comfortably for that P2, but now is he going to be challenged into 3 and 4? Not just yet. Take that back. Absolutely is. Zoltan Coiny challenges Nocom. Nocom over the curb, invites Atika Mir into it. Atika Mir finds her way past Zoltan. Now, this is chopping and changing. Mir, though, she got past, but gives the position back away, and that allows Coiny the position for P3 once more.
Yeah, indeed. So the classic up and under. A little bit of an assistant there into the corner, and Zoltan Coiny out of frame. And you saw the head go back into the braking zone on Coiny. I don't think he's going to be happy with that one. Now he's under pressure from Nilnek Moose just behind. Says immediately, let's go, let's focus. He's still focused on the win on this one. But down the inside, Nilnek Moose is going to go for it. And he takes that position away as well. And that's certainly going to be a very interesting one that puts Atika Mir now up into 3rd place. Coiny, though, back down the inside, retakes that position away.
Well, of course, a bigger kart this year for Atika Mir, and maybe she's just used it a little bit too much on the back bumper of Zoltan Coiny. Under investigation this time is Poulsen. That's for cutting the track, a penalty that we've seen time and time again post-race for these drivers for just not respecting those track limits. Drivers not respecting each other at some points in the circuit as well. This is battles further down in the order. Drivers getting a bit frustrated with each other in this stage of the race. I think Maglueda was one of those. This is heating up then once more. Neil and Coiny going for it for the last spot inside the top 4, chopping and changing. Coiny trying to find his momentum once more after being caught out, of course, by Mir. Back ago, let's watch a bit of a replay for that moment. So there you can see Mir, she's just glued to that back bumper with her nose cone. Goes wide, almost completely out of frame. That is another big moment, but that's down the main straight. That could have been earlier on in the race.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, no, I think that was quite, not a moment ago, but that was a Skywood moment there for the pilot, the number 22, I think it was, machine, or could have been 23. We'll figure that one out soon. But this is still going to be an interesting one. Again, I'm keeping an eye on those movers in the background here. Marcela Sumsao is now on a 16th-place gain. Is breaking into the top 10. Incredible start in this final.
Well, Marcella as well, let's not forget, had 2 DNFs in qualifying heats, so she will have completely fresh tyre. It's basically only been used in time qualifying, so I think she's absolutely using that to her advantage through this race, and that is what has got her that achievement so far of 15 positions. Eyes and ears back on this one, though. Your top 3 have closed up. Rodriguez, Nocom and Mir find themselves 1, 2, 3 going through the first sector. Is Mir going to try and bite the bullet here, because she looks like she's got some pace there on the back of Nocom. She really looks like she's hunting her way past.
Yeah, indeed. Really reeling them in here. And time is running out in this race. We're at 12 of 15 at this moment, and still a few laps to go, but like I say, that pace is looking pretty quick.
Yeah, and it is on the timing screens as well. She's about 0.2 of a lap faster than Hernan Rodriguez, so she really has found something, maybe setup-wise compared to the heats. She's got some good pace bolted to that kart.
Yeah, certainly has. Into the final chicane once again. No attempts from Nocom on Rodriguez, but will we see Mir try anything on Nocom this time around? No, it will be Nocom for the lead. Down the inside, Axel Nocom retakes it, brings Rodriguez back to P2, brings Atika Mir directly into the fight now. Coiny and Nilnek Moose still in the background. I don't think it's over for those two just yet. I don't think we've seen the end of this. I don't think we've seen the end of these 3 fighting for position yet.
No, I don't think it's over until that checkered flag is completely dropped, and even after that we see changes in the order sometimes. Let's watch this one. Let's watch when Axel Nocom decides to take that defensive posture, because I've seen from him through racing previously, he actually decides to deploy that quite early on sometimes. Gets maybe a little bit excited, gets quite eager to defend that position. Now down the back straight, is he going to go defensive into 17, 18, 19? No. holds onto it, holds that racing line, will exit out of the corner with a nice little gap.
Here we go.
Atika Mir, here she goes down the inside.
Oh!
Hernan Rodriguez goes to defend, and is that an unintentional overtake as well? I don't know if he meant to do that.
Well, I mean, it was a move to the inside, and I think a little tap there, unsettled Nocom there. I don't think there was any intention in that, but it was just one of those moves that happened so fast. I think he tried to cover off Mir and then go for the move, but yeah, it's just not gone his way. So Rodriguez now in the lead, Mir up into second. Nocom holding on to third.
Anthony, this could be Atika Mir's best result to date within the Champions of the Future Academy programme. She's never bettered than a P4 in a final. Now she's in contention of a P2. She's maybe even in contention for a race win here. Yeah,
potentially so. And we have to wait and see for that one because it is nearing its conclusion. Last lap board comes out for the field. Hernan Rodriguez holds on to the lead. Takes a defensive line. That is spots of water I'm seeing on that camera lens at turn 1. It is certainly very interesting conditions out there indeed, but it's not affecting the drivers as it stands. Nocom there in second place though. I am sure would like that second place back. I don't think a P1 is going to be on the cards here with as it stands right now, as Poulsen is picking up a 5-second time penalty, unfortunately, for causing a collision in this race. Nocom, though, is going to look for the move down the inside and gets it. And backwards goes Atika Mir to third place, but this is still looking like a potential best result of her racing career in the Academy programme. Into the final chicane, nearly sideways. Mir goes back round the outside, but that was at the expense. But there, Hernan Rodriguez takes the win in Spain. It will be superb. The Spanish anthem will reign supreme here in Valencia, with Hernan Rodriguez taking the win in the final. The first junior finalist winner of 2026 heads to Spain with a win from P2. A deserved drive there. And for Hernan Rodriguez, that is exactly what he wanted. Lorenzo Zacchetto does become the biggest mover. 15 places gained from 23rd into 8th place. But I can't imagine the result we see there will stay the same. I can't picture it at this moment. With all of those happenings out there, and if there was ever a moment to pick up any debris on your tyres to just help you get over the weight, that was it there from Rodriguez, just to make sure it's all good. There is the field making its way in, and a superb end to the first final here. 2 more to go, minis, and of course the seniors for the first day of racing before it all gets repeated tomorrow. But there the field comes in. Hernan Rodriguez takes the final win here in the OKN Junior category ahead of Atika Mir's best result of her racing career in the Academy programme so far, with second place, and Axel Nocom taking P3. Zoltan Koini at the end of that one does finish in P4 ahead of Neil Nukmush. Mitans Jain ahead of Christian Fay. Then it's Lorenzo Zacchetto from Dinia Islami, Alonso Gonzalez from Alba Cueva, Johnson Stewart from Nasoriana. Then it is Marcela Sumtao finishing in P14. Alessandro Gonzalez and Stanislav Grabowski finishes in P16. Demi Eret from Enzo Stambau finishing in 18th place. Julia Angelard, tough race on that one, does finish P19 ahead of Benjamin Poulsen, who does round out the top 20. A 5-second time penalty, though, attached to Poulsen. Mirko Magleda finishing that in 21st ahead of Ollie Brunt, who finishes in 22nd place. Abdinor El Majidi finishing in 23rd. The retirements: Andy Stewart, Ridhan Preetham, Loren Shahinaj and Miyazaki. Odin Flora also retiring, and some of those retirements happened at the first part of the lap at turn 1, and there round 3 karts all stalling, all retiring. Odin Flora, Miyazaki and Laurent Shahinaj out of the race. The rest of the racing unfolding. robust there from Axel Nocom down the inside to squeeze into second place. Later, we saw the challenges from the rest of the field. This was Hernan Rodriguez down the inside. That was the move for the lead. That moment there as well. Robust move down the inside for Atika Mir. That pushed Mitans Jain off the circuit. Nocom off the track at some points there as well. That allowed Atika Mir to fight forward. Then Zoltan Koini back through. This moment here put Koini out of contention. That little wide moment, I think, slightly assisted there. You saw the net go backwards, but put him backwards into that fight with Neil Nekmush, and that fight continued for 4th and 5th place for the remainder of the race. Quite the close little battle they had out there all the way to the very end, constantly attacking each other. You can make a move, I can also make a move, said those two. That was the moment that Axel Nocom retook the lead. It brought Atika Mir into the fight of the top runners. This one for Hernan Rodriguez, like Nicole said, I think slightly miscalculated, but it actually worked out in favour. And then we saw the fighting in the background, which saw the two of Axel Nocom and Atika Mir battle away. They would finish 2nd and 3rd, but across the line, it would be Hernan Rodriguez who would take the win. And you can see what that win meant to him. What a drive for the young Spaniard, who will stand on that top spot of the podium. Later on today, of course, after all of the finals, we will see those podiums taking place. So make sure you do stay tuned for that one. But let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Nicole Sutherland.
Hernan Rodriguez, what a result out there for you. You're our first final winner this year. That must be a great feeling.
Yeah, it's my first win of all my career. I'm very excited, and I feel very happy right now.
And tell us, you know, between the three of you at the front, it was very, very close for the last half of that race. When you were leading, what was going on in your head? What was going on in your mind?
There was a lot of slipstream, and at the middle of the race it started to rain a little, so we need to adapt the conduction for a little bit of rain.
Well, Hernan, great job out there. We're going to see you on the podium.
Yeah.
It's been a long wait, but Mini 60 will be the next class to make their way out onto the circuit. It's finals time for the class and the youngest drivers here this weekend. 13 laps, 18.5 kilometre race distance ahead of the field. And there you can see the grid now making their way out onto the circuit. Slick tyres on board. It is still a dry circuit. The clouds loom around us. There was a slight threat of rain during the middle of that junior final, but that seems to have gone away already, which puts the drivers in firm conditions for those slick tyres. The Mini 60 final, certainly a challenging day for the class, but it does see one driver step out from the rest. Win Godschalk taking 2 qualifying heat wins earlier on, secured 100 intermediate classification points, secured 25 championship points at the end of those qualifying heats. After qualifying 3rd, starts this race on pole position. He is joined by others as well. Not only that, but joined by family member Zev Godschalk as well on the grid, who'll be starting this P8 on that 4th row. Here's the class, though. Drivers in the mini categories. 31 entries into this weekend for the minis. Drivers aged between 8 to 12 years of age. The karts themselves, Parallel Opportunity chassis, powered by the TM Mini 3, 60cc. They may be small, but they are mighty. 12 horsepower, revving up to 14,000 RPM, 110 kg. Any gram underneath that, and you are in a spot of bother with the officials at the end of the race. You can be 110.1 kilos. You cannot be 109.9 kilos. That is the rules. The tyres for the drivers as well in this one. Again, busy old day, but it is those Vegas as well. The M1s being used for this one. The one dry set per day. They get the 2 sets per the entire weekend. And, of course, they'll get that brand new set tomorrow as well to get themselves squared away and sorted out. But as you see, the grid nearly set there. The drivers getting ready to lower those karts onto the grid. You can just see there on the left-hand side of your screen, that's Chloe McGill's kart just being lowered down onto the grid as she starts this one on the 8th row of the grid, P15 for the Discover Your Drive initiative pilot. Very bleak conditions out there. It looks a bit foggy and misty. It's very chilly. The air temperature only about 12 degrees. Compare that to the weather that we had over the last couple of days. Crystal clear blue sky. The temperature was into the 20s. It was actually very pleasant. And today, a stark reality of the fact that we are still in the early parts of the year. It is still yet to turn really into spring. But so far for the drivers, they have dealt with these conditions admirably. The grid is set then, and as we mentioned, Win Goldschalk at the front of that grid. Certainly, I think, the fan favourite to go for this one, not only this weekend, but potentially even for the season. Finished second in the title fight last year. Lost that one out to Nicolo Perico, the Italian, who has moved up now. And for him, for Win Goldschalk now, it's all about, can he get that kart to the very end of this racing. He's not alone, though, on that front row of the grid. Mohamed Wibowo of Indonesia will join Win Goldschalk alongside. Again, another very talented driver that did earlier on get slightly caught out with the start of those races, but the results were good nonetheless. Here is that grid as well for you. It is Win Goldschalk and Mohamed Wibowo on the front row of the grid. Leo Kralev and Max Schilling will join on that second row. Great work from them. Max Schilling just struggling a little bit in one of those races, put him back onto that second row of the grid. Adam Privo and Charles Clough. Again, good, strong performances from these two, Romania and Great Britain, starting on that third row of the grid. Cooper Lopez and Zev Goldschalk, they go from row number 4. See the Venezuelan and the driver from the USA. Row 5, we'll see the Netherlands' Mick Klinkers and Colombia's Dominic Vera. They'll lock out the top 10. Guillaume Coy and Max Luffer go from row number 6. Row 7, we'll see Albert Poulsen and Younes Tam. Row 8, we'll see a very strong row of Chloe McGill and Sophia Radenku, Great Britain, and the United States on that 8th row of the grid. Samar Chopra and Leonis Zarakov going from row number 9. There we'll see Pietro Zorzi and Jan Vavra on row number 10. They will lock out the top 20 on track. Gustavo Oliveira and Ilias Sami from the front row of the grid. Goes back to row 11 on this one. A tough run in those qualifying heats for the young man for the United Kingdom. South Africa's Lawashu Metabula will be joined by France's Gabin Leger. They have also had a very tough weekend, but looking forward to seeing what they can do in this one from row 12. Row 13, Gori Dulev and Timur Yarapov. They will lock out row 13. Row 14, we'll see Anna Macom and Caden Caldera as well. Row 15, we'll see Silva Carmen Kavakian and Geronimo Pacheco going from row number 15. And I do hope that Panika Nandaluri is out there because she's had a tough run earlier on. Did the entrant from India, but she has kept a smile on her face as she continues her fight in the Champions of the Future Academy program. There, your field, and there you go, just a little check of the old tarmac there. Slick tyres on board. But there you go, just a light check there for Sofia Radenko on the 8th row of the grid alongside Chloe McGill. Two of the drivers part of the Discover Your Drive initiative as they get themselves ready. 1 minute board goes up there. Ross Upton, the Chief Pre-Grid Officer, shows that board to the grid as we get ready to go for this final very, very soon. A tense moment for them. It does look like weather is closing in here on the drivers. It's very bleak indeed. I'm not sure if the rain is very thin out there. I've not got any water. Oh, actually, I've got a little bit of water on my commentary box window. Nicole Sutherland's coming with a bright smile on her face.
I can tell you more.
Information. Nicole, tell me.
I've got a wet coat
It's
because
raining.
It is raining.
Okay.
It's very, very light. It's spitting, but it is going to put that layer of grease out there on the track. You know, sort of those levels where you literally can't see any sort of change in the surface visibly, but there definitely will be.
Well, you say that. From my commentary, I've commentated from this track many, many, many times. That tarmac looks darker than it usually is. I think it is a very, very slightly greasy, thin layer of water over that circuit, and I think this could be just that little bit slippery. We're going to have to wait and see as the engines fire up. Well, all bar one fires up. That kart there, the 905 machine of Gavin Leger, is having a little bit of drama. And let's see if that kart can get fired up. The young Frenchman is with help from the Paralin team. Give it a good push. Is it going to go, or are they pulling it off the grid? I think. Oh, that's a sign. Look, there's little kart shadows been left on the track. If that's not an indication that track is wet, then I don't know what it is. And there, unfortunately, it's not got started. Gavin Leger will have to start this one from the pit lane. And you know what? That might be a savings grace if it is slippy down into turn one.
Do you know what? Because you've got all of those drivers in front of you to go into turn one that you can gauge the surface off of, that you can see where they're sliding around, and you can also let them clear up some of the surface water for you, so then you can really pick that optimum line. No, it's not ideal for Gabin Leger, but maybe he can try and use some of that to his advantage. But you can visibly see there, then, Anthony, the drivers just using the wheel quite a lot because they're experiencing so much slide in the karts now. As you open the window I'm
sticking my hand out the window. I just want to judge the situation a little bit myself, because there is definite kart marks left on the grid where they've been sitting and it's rained. It doesn't feel like it's raining now. So that's a plus side for them. And if they can get some decent temperature into these tyres, they might be okay. Yeah, they're spinning into the chicane. This is what we're talking about here. That's the 951. That's Zev Godchalk, who's just been caught out there into that braking zone, into the chicane. Yeah, this is an interesting moment. Right, now I can see that Gavin Leger has got going again. He's left it. This is the replay. Yeah, it's just under brake. It's just lost the back end. And, yeah, there was a lot more that happened there.
Well, whilst Zev spun, Wynn lost the back end out of that final corner, literally in symphony with each other. But there you can see the drivers just struggling to get round these corners more than they typically would, just sliding around, really trying to get some temperature into the tyres. But these formation laps, these drivers are going to have to also focus to see where the grip still exists on the surface, so that when we do go racing, they can pick that line as well as try and get some overtakes done. Let's see another replay. This is
an umbrella. Well, that's an umbrella coming down.
Oh,
so
okay.
That's a positive sign. So there we go. I'll take that positivity. But let's see. As mentioned, now the rain may have stopped, but the track's still slippery, and unfortunately, two drivers that have felt that are there off the track. Now, that's the 953 machine. That is Geronimo Pacheco, and I think is that Panica there as well. Yeah, it is the 81. No, that's the 814. So that is Silva Carmen Cavacian, who's had a moment there as well. But she's got going. They've both got going. That's good to see. Plus, of course, as I mentioned, Gavin Leger back in this race. Right into the tram lines. They're going round again. It is a false start. They weren't formed up. And I think it's a smart call. And as that's happened, off the road on the start-finish straight. It is Sofia Rudenko in the 815. Driver from the USA was due to start on the 8th row of the grid, indicating that it is just a bit slippy out there, and they'll get this extra lap in. 1, to warm the tyres up. 2, to get used to the conditions. And 3, I think, as they went in, just hit the brakes and it went round. And that's a sympathy spin in the background. And, that is a sign that it's tricky under braking. And, as they go in here, how's that going to happen? Just straight off the track. And, I think it's just a bit too slippy out there. And, I think that's just a case of trying to warm the tyres up. And then it's just spatter off. And that's a very not a good thing to see. We've got drivers going slowly all over the circuit here, Nicole. We've got the front of the grid that's trying to get themselves squared away to start a race. This is an interesting one. This is one of those ones that you don't like to see. When you see it in the minis, it's always just that little bit more heart-wrenching for you because they are the youngest drivers. I don't mean this in a disrespect. They are the most inexperienced drivers here as well because a lot of them haven't been racing for a lot of time. And some of them might not be used to conditions like this. Slick tyres on a slightly greasy circuit. It's the worst combination in the world. But let's see how they fare with it. Wyn Gottschalk and Mohamed Wibwo then into the tram lines. Are we racing? We are indeed towards turn 1. Hold your breath then, as it's a good start for Gottschalk on the inside. Are they going to have the traction into turn 1? I'm going to say yes to it. They do all look like they've got round it, which is good to see. However, they have gone all wide at the exit of turn number 1 and 2. And multiple carts off the track. They get to rejoin, but that's a lot of names there, Nicole, that is going to tumble down the order, including Max Schilling and Adam Privu, who are right over the sharp end of the field. And that there is the 816 of Max Lufa, who is out of the kart and out of the final.
Ilias Sami was caught out in that one as well. It's gone from bad to worse so far this weekend. Sami, for the 3rd time, has had a tough start to his race. More drivers will fall down the order. Just those track conditions throwing a spanner in the works for these young drivers as we go into and through this first lap of racing. There you can see they're not just battling with each other, they're battling with the elements. Out of turn number 14, these drivers will go. Wyn Gottschalk leading the way out there. Gottschalk, one of the more experienced, probably the most experienced mini in this field, clips the curb on the entrance to the final chicane to really try and get the run through the corner, really try and straighten up the line so that he's not got to use the wheel too much, so that he doesn't slide around massively. So it's Gottschalk from Wibbo. They started together on that front row. Then it's Charles Clough in P3. Charles Clough, I'd say maybe here, Anthony, you could say he's quite used to conditions like this. We often see this happen in the UK where, weather elements really are unpredictable, and quite often at home you see drivers driving around slicks in the wet.
Yeah, indeed. Right, looking at this one, there is your red line for potential of a potential overtake there. Yellow flags out at turn 1 as well. I think the rain's back here, Nicole. I'm seeing hoods going up. I'm seeing spins in locations where they don't usually happen. And this is certainly becoming very interesting now. Let's see if they can keep it. And they can see very wide there for Mohamed Wibwo out of that turn there. There's more yellow flags of carts going off round at post 7. Here we go into that final chicane. Tentative as they go in, but it looks okay. But you can see the racing line there. They're hugging those curbs quite a lot to try and carry and pull the cart through the corner.
What you're probably going to see from Mohamed Wibbo as well is that he's got a reference in front of him. He's using Gottschalk to his advantage. He's seeing where Gottschalk slides a bit wider, where the line doesn't work. Then he can correct himself before he meets the corner. And that's how he can find that distance. That's how he can close back in to Gottschalk at the front. Klinkers and Clough, I would say there's a similar story going on there Clough just trying to use Clinkers as a reference point, who is actually the fastest driver out there on the track now. Wibuo has fallen off the back of Godschalk slightly. It's just under half a second that split up these two drivers. Wider lines through these corners then, because you're going to see that the rubber that's been laid down throughout all of the dry testing and racing will be holding that water now. And one thing about rubber and water, doesn't mix.
No, exactly that. Right now, though, you are seeing the likes of Clinkers closing in here on Wibuo. That battle is going to be kicking off because, well, Klinker is seemingly happy with these conditions from the Netherlands. And he is quite used to these changing conditions as well. And he is able to close in. That's a purple lap there, 112.5 compared to the 113.9 from the driver right ahead of Mohamed Wibuo. That's an incredibly quicker lap. This is Mohamed Wibuo. And a little touch on the rear there to win Godschalk. Didn't gain anything, but definitely lost out on something, because down the inside, through goes Clinkers, feeling a little bit more comfortable on the tyres. And I feel like that's what we're expecting to see here. I think we're seeing a lot of, what's it called? Rain on your visor. Psychological rain. Psychological rain on the visors of the drivers, and they're going into a corner and thinking there's going to be no grip, and actually there is grip. And you're finding a lot of drivers to go a little bit faster. Have you not heard of psychological rain?
I don't know how you thought I was going to know that's what you were thinking of.
Well, I did hand gestures and everything. But yeah, okay, we'll work on that. But yeah, indeed, they've not done that. But Win Godschalk's still in a good spot here. However, Clinkers closing in rapidly here. I think it's just that little bit more confident in how the conditions actually are.
Again, Clinkers there has got a reference in front of him. He's going to be using Godschalk, seeing where he's sliding around, seeing where it's going wrong. We've lost another driver. That's out at the back straight, the 8-1-2.
Oh, now that is Leo Kralev. Yeah, he had put it on the second row of the grid. Unfortunately, the young Bulgarian, in these incredibly challenging conditions, I will say, unfortunately, has just dropped it off the track, and that is a huge shame for him. Speaking of dropping it off the track, I've just noted someone in the top 5 has gone off the track, and it's a near change for the lead there. Yeah, Clinkers all over the rear bumper of Godschalk.
I think what Clinkers is doing here as well is using his brain. He's really trying to test these corners, just seeing, if he can go in a little bit later into some of them, if he can turn in slightly differently, if he can be a bit braver with the brakes, and then on the following lap, the following corners, he's just adjusting and changing. As again, we've got the 953 spinning around. That is Pacheco getting it wrong again. And is that another one of the drivers we saw earlier on in the race get it wrong?
Yeah, well, that I think is Silva Carmen Cavacuran again.
Both of those drivers together where we saw that symphony spin.
Yeah, indeed. It's a tricky braking zone, that one. A lot of rubber's gone down, and as you mentioned, rubber and a bit of water is not a good mix. Here we go, fight for the lead, 3 of them. And that's a change for the lead. Clinkers past Godschalk as they sweep their way through. Wibuo holding on to 3rd place. It is raining. I stuck my arm out the window again. I can feel it. It's only so very light, but it's all it needs to be. Only very light for a long period of time means a very lot of it. And yeah, right now you can just see how these drivers are not taking that regular racing line. They're starting to take the wet racing line here, Nicole.
Well, this trio at the front then, as we head down towards that 50% mark of this race, have broken away from the rest of the field. Clough and Lopez are really not in the mix. There's no side-by-side wheel-bashing moment there for Wibuo and Godschalk. Godschalk is going to lose out on that P2, and he's not happy about it. Signals, hands up to say, what was that all about? But what that has done has let Mick Clinkers pull away by 1.4 seconds. He's in his own air now out there in the race lead.
Yeah, indeed. It was one of the names that was right up there in the order, but you have to remember he's gained 8 places to get to here, and that's just someone who's shown great confidence in these tyres, in these conditions, and really pushing forward. Now that is a back marker there just ahead. Now not sure who that is. I think that might be Panika Nandaluri, who is just now going to be, I think, the recipient of some blue flags, and there it is, the 902 of that. Yeah, Caden Caldera is also another one. These are drivers who have had spins earlier on in the racing. It's their first attempts at karting and all of this, and they're just breaking their teeth into it. And unfortunately, blue flags have come out, which in karting does mean a final over.
Well, Parnica there, like you said, is being overtaken. She is a back marker now for these drivers. She's here this weekend under the guidance of Tonio Lewitzi, but this is her first big race. This is one of her first races ever. Yeah. So she's just trying to adjust to the track. And, you know, racing in the rain, I would say, is probably a first. Almost there for Mick Clinkers. That was a bit of a moment. And Wibberwoe getting it wrong as well.
Yeah, indeed. Big moments there indeed. And it's just showcasing that it is just getting a little bit worse as the laps go on. But still, they hold on to these karts for the moment. They've got to keep the temperature up in the tyres. That's the crucial part. If you can keep the temps up in those Vega M1 tyres, you'll be all good. But as soon as they get to a threshold, that's where it goes wrong. This is Mohamed Wibberwoe. There was the curb. This was over the curb. Back end, full lot of opposite lock. Great kart control there.
Yeah, caught it very, very well then. Read that one, saw that the kart was dancing underneath him and just was strong on that wheel. Eyes back on the front though. Clinkers still is unbothered about anything going on behind him. He has lost about 4 or 5 tenths in the past couple of laps. It's still 8 tenths that he leads by. And everybody in our field then are progressively getting faster and faster, so that surface is cleaning up now for these drivers. Whoa! Drama.
Oh, and that's Wibberwoe out of the race. Mohamed Wibberwoe is out. Mechanic pulls off on the start-finish straight right by the legs of race director Martin Bean. And that is his fight done and dusted. He walks away. He's unhappy, and I can't blame him. Absolute devastation for that young man who had delivered such an impressive drive over the course of the day. Out of the race there. That is Paneka Nandalari is out of the race. She had been given the blue flags throughout it. I think she's just had a spill out there as well after trying to get out of the way, and that's unfortunately ended her race now, which is also a big, big shame. But here at the front, though, Mick Clinkers, well, what a drive here. 9th on the grid is sidling through. It's got a 1.7 second lead. Yeah,
Clinkers maybe a bit of an underdog going into this final. We didn't really mention him throughout the qualifying heats, but in this final, he is the driver to beat. Started 9th, like you said now, Anthony, and is out there with a 1.4 second lead to his name, so he just needs to master the next couple of laps to really stay ahead of God's Chalk. Vera there, P3, has inherited that P3 because we just saw Wibberwoe lose that position. Mechanical Gremlin gives some treasure to Vera now, who sat there pretty comfortably ahead of Lopez. Again, watching Clinkers just tick off these laps. Pretty, comfortable out there. We've not really seen any major tripping over from him.
And I just stuck my arm out the window again. It's a very accurate weather report. I think it's stopped raining now. Yeah, indeed, very close indeed. As side-by-side moments here all the way throughout. Vera and Lopez wheel to wheel here as to move down the inside there. Charlie Clough gets it through. And Charles Clough now up that order very nicely. The track's drying here, Nicole. The pace is getting faster. You've got to look at the data on your timing screen. It's constantly purple and personal sectors as off the road there goes Lopez. Rejoins into the path of Vera and nearly causes all three of them to go off the circuit. Now is the question, can God's Chalk feel confident enough on these conditions that they're trying to close the gap? Well, it was down to less than a second. It's back up to over a second. The pace right now is fluctuating. God's Chalk is faster, but like we say, there's not long left on this race. Could that gap be closed up? I'm trying to see where that lead battle is. It's there right now. It's out of post 7, out of my commentary box windows. We see this action here for third place. This is the last spot on the podium right now, and it could be either three of these drivers, but back through goes Dominic Vera, and he's through into third place after a near spin out of that final chicane only a lap ago.
This is going to be a fight to the checkered then, Anthony, down the inside. The 805 of Cooper Lopez that gets the position move that forces back Clough and Vera into each other's path. Lopez then back into P3. Clough is going to try and have a go at turn number 1, thinks against it, gets back on that racing line and will continue to chase down on the back of Vera's bumper. Out in the front though, Clinkers could be under pressure now. It was a second, now it's 2 tenths. Win Godschalk has found something extra within this race, has found something to really shave off 8 tenths. Finds himself now in contention once more for a race win and gets the move done. Is he going to do it? Yes, he does. Pulls it off. Win Godschalk back on that P1 spot. Is hunting down a podium, is hunting down a final win, and is currently race leader.
I was expecting to see something along these lines. There's still going to be a close race though between these two, because now that Clinkers has seen that Godschalk has closed in, he knows the track is dry, sends it back down the inside, retakes the lead. But no, I don't think it's a problem. I think Godschalk just wasn't happy with it, but I don't see anything wrong with that. To move down the inside and he just ran out of track, that was all it was. On to the final lap. Mick Clinkers has retaken that lead quite convincingly.
I think out of the last corner there, Anthony, Win Godschalk's made a bit of a mistake. He's backed off whilst he's signalling to the mechanic, and now he's absolutely lost that time. He's nowhere near Mick Clinkers now. I don't think on this final lap a gap is going to exist. He's too far back, he's backed off, and I think he's maybe ruined that one for himself.
Well, it's 0.6 of a second is the gap. We saw him already close it up once as 2 carts have gone off at that chicane into the final lap of this race. What will it be in the last few sectors of this one for that race lead? This is the fight for third place. Cooper Lopez is actually under investigation. The pilot who's in third place right now might be in a spot of bother. Here is that fight at the front. It's gone down to 0.5 of a second right now, but it might not be enough. It might be a huge lunge under braking. I think he tried it actually, because sideways goes Godschalk into that chicane. It's Mick Clinkers for the Netherlands. Wins here in Spain in Mini 60. He started this race P9 on that 5th row of the grid, and he came through with those challenging conditions, managed to find his way onto that top spot. It's Mick Clinkers who will stand proud on that top step of the podium here. What a drive from P9, and what a race that was. A little bit longer race distance there. That was to be expected, of course. The rain that came down, it came down even worse. Then it cleared and certainly played havoc for the field out there. The air temperature continuing to plummet. You can see the clouds surrounding the circuit. This is that overtake. Here's the move down the inside. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, there was no contact. He just ran wide onto that part. He throws his hands up in protest, but there was nothing wrong with that, unfortunately. But from what we see in the commentary box, I didn't see anything wrong with that. It was a move down the inside, clean as you like. And there, the hand going up just cost Win Godschalk that chance to close back in. Mick Clinkers takes the win here in Valencia, the first final win of the 26 campaign. Win Godschalk takes second. Cooper Lopez finishes that in third place, but is a driver under investigation from the officials. Dominic Vera fourth from Charles Clough's P5. Ilya Sami, great drive from near the back of the grid there to finish with a gain of 16 places to finish in P6. Zev Godschalk finishes in 7th place ahead of Albert Paulsen. Leonis Zarakov finishes in P9. Leo Kralev from Yunus Tam. Zvir Rudenko from Pietro Zorski. Max Schilling finishes that one in P14 ahead of Timo Garapov, who rounds out the top 15. Chloe McGill takes a P16 there ahead of Anna Malcolm. And then it is the likes of Jan Vavra, who finishes in 18th place. There is your winner. There is the smiles for Mick Clinkers there. What a drive at that very end to just take that overtake on Win Godschalk through that chicane. Here is the highlights from it. Well, Heart rates were up here at this moment, and drivers should know that. They were taught all about heart rates from, of course, Formula Medicine, who have been here to help out the drivers. But there is what we were expecting. Big drama at the exit of Turn 1 with those wet conditions out there. A lot of drivers just getting caught out. One driver actually taking quite the significant knock there. Possibly Gavin Leger, who had that knock, but thankfully I believe is okay. Rest of the fighting happened. We're going on to lap number 5, 6 at this moment. This is where we had 3 of them all fighting for position. Mohamed Wibowo, who was up there, was a real contender from the front row of the grid. This was his moves to the inside to get up into second place. Big shaky moments there, just off that racing line for the likes of Win Gottschalk. Then the breakdown. Drama for Mohamed Wibowo. Pulls off the line and pulls out of the race. The car grinding to a halt. Devastating feeling that he can't control, and that's very unfortunate. That will be the reason why the 805 of Cooper Lopez is under investigation. Missed that chicane, rejoined onto the circuit. Contact was made, and a near moment there for 3 drivers that all kick-started this battle here. At the front end, though, drama striking all the way throughout there, just under braking. The 804 rotating there. That is Guillaume Coy, who had drama there all by himself. And then this moment here, that fabled overtake down the inside of the chicane, moved to the inside. Beautiful stuff. And, well, from the angle, it looked all good from our point. Clearly, Win Gottschalk felt that it wasn't. And there you can see how challenging those conditions were at that final chicane. A win, though, for Mick Klinkers. The Netherlands is down there with Nicole Sutherland.
He is indeed. Mick Klinkers. What a race result. What a race. We want to hear all about that rain, all about that overtake on Win Gottschalk. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was very fun, but yeah, the rain was very slippery indeed. But then it started to dry a little bit. But luckily I had a pretty good lead, so I could keep the gap a little bit to the last 2 laps.
And then when Win Gottschalk did actually catch up to you, he made an overtake, but you got him back at the final chicane. Tell us about that overtake, because it was very brave, it was very ambitious.
Yeah, I was very happy. I had a good slipstream, very good. I closed up the gap, and then in the chicane I went for it. And then because on the outside is a little bit wet, so I kept it on the inside, and then he lost a bit of time, so then the following lap I could stay in front.
Well, Mick, congratulations. We will see you on the podium.
One final left to go here today, and a brand new day tomorrow. Senior OKN, the final 17 laps, 24.5 kilometre race distance. It is the largest and longest race of the weekend we will see. And it all starts with the senior drivers. Let's head down to the grid, though, with Nicole Sutherland.
Well then, like you said, Anthony, down on the grid, last final of the day, but the first senior final of the year. Angelina, you've jumped up into this senior class after being a junior last year, and you're starting it on pole position going into this one, going into a race that I think is going to be quite slippy for the first couple of laps.
Yeah, it will be slippy for the first laps, and I'm really looking forward for it.
And Angelina, this year you're part of the F1 Academy Discover Your Drive initiative as well. Must be, exciting for you going into this race. But is there a level of nerves going into this one, especially with so many drivers behind you on the grid?
No, I'm just going to try to keep calm, and I'm very happy to be back with F1 Academy.
Angelina, great to catch up with you. Good luck being on that pole position spot. That's Angelina Simmons, everybody. Let's head back up then. The last final coming up.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the grid. Yes, indeed. I thought we were going to get a fabled British saying of keep calm and carry on there. Here's your class. OKN senior drivers aged at 14 to 18 years of age. Can confirm there's only 33 drivers that entered in, not 99. But still a very busy grid. 11 of them female drivers as well. So the biggest participation of female drivers since the inception of the championship as well. The equipment, the Car Republic KR2, Miami Reedster 125cc. This time it's an unrestricted OKN engine, meaning it outputs 35 brake horsepower. Still revs up, though, to that same 15,000 RPM. 150 kg is the minimum weight, though. So, again, any gram underneath that, and you are in a spot of bother. Tyres, the Vega XM4s being used here for the seniors. 1 dry set per day, 2 wet sets. Still not a wet set in sight, but it is still calm. And I'm just checking your jacket, Nicole. No, it's not raining. We're all gougy.
It's in the air.
It's in the air.
It's not raining, but it's not raining.
I feel like that's a song title. There we go. Here's the grid. Anyway, Angelina Simmons, Oscar Gallin, front row of the grid. Gallin may have lost out on his pole position spot, but he's still on that front row of the grid. Kasper Reipold and Emmanuel Leodikis, these have all been heavy hitters in the qualifying heat so far today. They start on the second row of the grid. Beatrice Costa has also been there. Keep a close eye on here. Jagrat de Troja has been pushed up to this position after 2 fantastic qualifying heats. Can he do the same from row number 3? Row 4, we'll see Veer Chopra, another driver who has done an incredible job. Xavier Suarez, also a driver who's had the ups and downs after an unfortunate post-race penalty in his first qualifying heat. Still starts this one on the 4th row of the grid. Michael Zajac and Emilia Veshemirska go from row number 5. Keep a close eye on them because, again, could be possible. We've seen it done once already. Julian Bertbacher, he's been the biggest mover throughout the course of today. Seriously considering him for a podium on this one. Keep a close eye on him. Gary Texera starting alongside the pole sitter from Portimao in last year's season opener. Starts from row 6. Elias Leman and Oliver Ramondo Hodge go from row number 7. They lock out the first half of the field. Row 8 just behind. We'll see the likes of Nikodem Osicek and Jan Michalewski rounding out that first half of the field.
Part 2 of your grid then. Row number 9, we have Sierra Kojima alongside Damien Bays. And shortly behind on row number 10, your top 20 is rounded out by Tatiana Alexieva and Marcel Matijewicz. Row number 11 then, alongside each other, will be an all-female lineup. It's Clelia Sodu with Vanessa Schilkenator. Schilkenator, drama in her last heat. She will be looking for a good result. Shortly behind them is Rion Tutujo and Severed Silas Elefulson. Shortly behind then, on row number 13, we have Sophia Sage and Peter Gurecki. Row number 14 is Emilia Pauli of Switzerland alongside Adam Ribet of Canada. And 15 looks like we have Eric Kalowski with Emil Bratton. Getting to the back order of your grid then after those 2 drivers. Row number 16 is Arton Jolovic with Manuel Caseda. Rounding out your 17 rows, 33 OKN seniors in total, is Ina Rostad.
Indeed, packed grid of drivers. However, one of them will be going no further in this race, unfortunately. Now, Inge Rostad is apparently not clocking up on my screen. I don't know if she's only just left. Is the rain coming down again? Because I saw a change of surface flag out there. There is Inge Rostad. She is out there. The driver that we saw walking away from their kart was Elias Lamar, unfortunately. The driver from Switzerland will go no further in this one. There is the stricken 203 machine who had a drama in that second qualifying heat that brought it to an end. Will not even see the start of this final. That is a huge shame there. Now, I did see a change of surface flag out there, slippery surface flag out on track. That may just be a precaution for the drivers, but again, I'm seeing hoods up on photographers and people out on track. So, again, not too sure, but the track looks okay from my positioning here. I think we should be good. Well, we're about to find out, though. Into the tram lines. It's Simmons, it's Gallen, it's not lights out. Oh, I was ready for that one, but we're not going to get it. False start. The field go round again.
Field going round again. Field have another chance to try and get some tyre temperature into that rubber. Then Angelina Simmons will pull round the entire field to tick off some more laps, which, of course, a laughing Dan Ashton, Deputy Race Director, just looked down on them and thought, no, not yet. They're not ready, and he's clearly found something really, really funny.
I feel like that's an evil laugh. That's a ha ha ha. You shall not go racing. It's we've done him dirty there. But there we go. Linda Ashton, if you're watching, sorry. Right, so here we go. This is going to be an exciting one still, though. I'm looking forward to see, who's going to take this one. Like you say, Angelina Simmons has done a great job so far, where she's been able to push to the front. She then dropped back a little bit, and then she fought back. That was what was really an excel for me in these ones.
Yeah, she said in the previous heats she thinks that maybe that was down to a bit of tyre temperature and also a little bit of her racing as well. Let's see if she can correct that within this race. You asked me in the previous ones then, Anthony, who I thought was going to take home a win. Let me ask you, who do you think's got it?
I plead the fifth.
Okay.
Not answering that question. I'm not falling for that one. Right, here we go then. Into those tram lines. Are we racing this time around? Lights are out. We are indeed. Go in the OKN senior final. It's Angelina Simmons to the inside there, but keep an eye on Oscar Gallen. He's going the long way round and done it. Oscar Gallen round the outside has got into the race lead here. Carried that momentum, carried the speed. The traction was there. Despite the challenging conditions, it's an early race lead for the pole sitter from qualifying.
I think we've got most of our seniors through cleanly, other than one, and that, again, is Inge Rostad. She didn't manage to get off the grid properly. Now she has been spun round and is trying to get that OKN senior engine fired into life. Can she get that IME power going again? We will find out, but for now we're going to focus back on the drivers at the front, the drivers that are trying to battle it out. Oscar Gallen then has got that race lead, but don't count out Angelina Simmons. We saw from her, she drops back in the early stages, but she can pick it back up. As you can see, the surface is just not quite bedded up for these drivers yet. Into turn number one. She's arrived once more. Angelina Simmons down the inside of Oscar That's Leodikis at the front. That's not Gallen. That's Emmanuel Leodikis that took the race lead earlier on. But now he has lost it. P2, Simmons started on pole, and now she leads.
Well, that's impressive because he started P4 in this one. So that was the second row, as unfortunately there's been quite the coming together out of the final corner onto the back straight. Multiple karts, including Marcel Matijevic, Vanessa Schilkenater, Rion Tutanat, she as well is there. Amelia Pauli as well. I think has also been caught out in that one. Multiple karts. Thankfully, I think the drivers are okay, but Marshall's on scene, and there's karts just all over the place right now that seem to have struggled on this last few laps. Here, though, Simmons leading from Emmanuel Leodikis, who is there. There, though, fighting in the background. That is Gallen now trying to go down the inside of Suarez. Does get the nose down the inside, but Suarez can carry the speed round. But again, the two battling wheel to wheel, side pod to side pod. They're not giving each other any room. at all out there. And there, I think, is Silas Ellefson in the treble 2 machine. The latest retirement from this race, I believe.
Well, Gallen and Suarez then wheel bashing quite a few times on the first sector. I'd say that one is going to shortly end in tears if they continue. Suarez then just getting a bit out of sorts under the braking on the entrance to the third sector, as now Kasper Reipold is having to fend off the likes of Emilia Wischermirska, who goes down the inside on the entrance towards turn number 14, past all of those karts that are now parked and out. So Wischermirska up into the top 5 for the first time this weekend. Out of the final corner, Simmons still holds on to that race lead, 4/10 ahead of Leodikis. Gallen now has given himself a bit of breathing space to Suarez, who is trying to now think about Emilia Wischermirska, and still at turn number 1, chopping and changing further back down in the order. That could have been a change between Kojima and maybe Vid Chopra getting involved as well.
Indeed. Well, as it stands, Simmons leads the way. Leodikis still there in second place. There is the gap, 0.3 of a second. Gallen there in third, 1.5 off the back of that one. You can see that gap quite visible. Suarez from Wischermirska, Reipold from De Troja, Costa from Teixeira, Kojima locking out the top 10 at the moment. Biggest mover at the moment is Emil Bratton. 14 places gained, is currently in P16, not far off the back of this battle here.
Yeah, well, further down in the order then, Peter Gorecki now under investigation on my timing screen.
Well, he's out of the race as well, and I think I know the reason why. I think he tried to give it a restart after the first lap, which is no bueno, unfortunately, after the regulation change now 2 years ago.
Well, this is the battle for fourth then on your screen. This includes Emilia Wischermirska. There you can see her just trying to hunt her way down her prey of Suarez there for that fourth position. Gets that done, runs wide, allows the position back to Suarez. It looked like Reipold was going to get past as well. So, despite it looking like it momentarily, no change between those three drivers. Is she going to try and have a look again? She's right on the back bumper, but the gap doesn't exist. There's no door open yet by Suarez, who signals to say, push forward, go to the back of Gallen and Leodikis.
Indeed, and that train ever getting longer and longer now, isn't it? Which always brings a recipe for something. Not sure what it is just yet. But there, your top three clear in the lead. This fight for fourth place. Emilia Wischermirska down the inside, gets through past Suarez. Reipold tries to follow as well. Has to settle to stay in position. But that's a nice change around. Now the question is, who out of this chasing group behind can close in? I can't quite see just yet, but let's see if that gap can close in between themselves and Oscar Gallen up ahead, because they're concertinaing up and ahead as well. The top three are getting ever closer.
Well, Simmons is not the driver on your screen sporting those F1 Academy colours. That is Emilia Wischermirska. But Angelina Simmons finished her year.
Oh, dear.
Drama at turn number 14. That's big moments. That's Kasper Reipold getting caught out. Does get back on the road, but Reipold will tumble down the order. That is not good stuff for the driver from Poland.
Beatrice Costa was the other driver involved in that one, in the 205 machine, just tangling wheels and unsettling it through a corner that is very high speed. Here it is again, Beatrice Costa, who is looking to the inside. Yeah, slams into the side. Tell you what, really lucky that didn't ping, mount and flick up into the air.
Also really lucky that Reipold didn't go off the road and end up in the pile of karts that are already there on the exit of turn number 14, because he looked close.
Yeah, indeed, very close indeed. So very close moment there. But we'll keep a close eye on the rest of the field now as the race progresses. Still, we're lap number 7 of 17 right now. Still a long way to go in this race, Nicole. And as I was saying, those moments and those drivers up ahead, they're getting ever closer. Here it is again, Simmons, Leodikis, Gallen. There's only half a second in between the three of them as Beatrice Costa, I was expecting that. Black and white flag, 5 second in race time penalty.
Yeah, before that drama then with Costa was just highlighting Simmons' performance. Of course, this year she is in the senior category. Last year she was a junior. Ended her year on a massive high as Alpha San took one of her biggest career wins and has now got straight into the mix in the senior and looks like she could be on the charge for another final win. But It's not going to be unchallenged. Liudakis there is chasing up. He is reducing those tenths that she had given herself. It's now just 2 between them, and he is there, I would say, within lunging distance, and there are some big corners round this circuit that you can try and give that a go, especially to the corners, the sequence that they are now heading towards. Is he going to get the run down that back straight into 17, 18 and 19? We won't know just yet because we're going to focus on a driver that's tumbled down after some bad luck. That's the 2-3 of Arslan Jolovic, who will continue to go round, continue to circulate, but will be at the back of your field. Drama into the final couple of corners. Not sure quite who that is, but 2 more drivers will end up in the pile of DNFs.
That, I believe, is Sophia Sage and Clelia Sodou. Unfortunately, the Swiss and Italian drivers are out of this one, and there, Clelia Sodou clearly frustrated. Of course, she adorns the Georgian and Italian flags, as that's where family hails from, and that's very unfortunate. This is it, just off the side. Oh, it looks like one's already spun by themselves and has just caught in. I think it was Sophia Sage that was the initial spin, and then Clelia Sodou had nowhere to go and just was collateral damage in that one, and that is a huge shame there into that final chicane.
Liudakis then has still not tried to pull the pin on Angelina Simmons. Turn number 1 is a big hotspot. Doesn't try and have a look, and I would say maybe this is going to be a bit detrimental for Liudakis because they're inviting Oscar Gallen closer and closer. Gallen isn't quite on your screen just yet. There he is appearing, but he is being invited into this fight. I would say Liudakis has got to start thinking overtake or get overtaken here now if he wants to be in contention. Simmons doing a great job throughout this one. She has not been unsettled. She's not tripped over herself. She's really, really approaching every single lap composed out there.
Yeah, indeed. Oscar Gallen, I think, is doing something quite clever here. He is sitting off the back of these two, waiting for Liudakis to go for the move, ready to pick up any pieces that may come his way. Is that going to happen? Not too sure, but we'll have to wait and see. Rowett's 5-second penalty causing a collision out there.
Still looking at this one in the front then. Angelina Simmons, the pace out there that splits up the 2 drivers. There's absolutely nothing in it. Both of Angelina and Liudakis are lapping that 56.2s. So they're pretty much identical in what they're doing in every single one of these 19 turns. They're not the fastest drivers out there on the track though, because that goes to Gabby Teixeira, the first ever pole sitter of the 2025 season, who sits there with a 6th place gain, currently just outside of the top 5. This one then, Liudakis has dropped off the back bumper slightly from Simmons, who again has not put a foot out of rhythm. Further back, Emilia Wiśniewska, now P4, 6 places gained, and seems pretty unsettled to anything that Jaguar Detroit has got to say.
Yeah, indeed, and this is turning into quite the comfortable fight here now for these drivers. As again, a slight look to the inside there for Detroit, but not able to get that move done, so just stays behind for the time being. But again, we keep an eye on these battles that are happening all over the grid right now, especially up in this top section, because like we've said time in and time out, these drivers who have worked incredibly hard to push themselves up into this position have done a brilliant job. And there, speaking of brilliant jobs, down the inside, Suarez once again on that charge, and as that happens, Detroit finally gets that move done and moves ahead of Emilia Wiśniewska up into P4.
Just looking at the way that Detroit approached the past couple of laps then behind Emilia Wiśniewska, he was just letting the kart do a little bit more work, opening things up in the midpoint of the corner and just letting it run, and I think that's how he got the pace. That's how he found his way past Wiśniewska. Still then no change between Liudakis and Simmons.
But closed back in.
Yeah, it's closing in, but there's been no attempt. Simmons then, with the posture that she's got leading this race, also currently leads that virtual championship for the first day of racing this year in this season.
Yeah, certainly so, and this is great stuff here. Remember, if you cast your mind back a couple of years ago, it was Luna Flusha and formerly the likes of now racing in Formula 4. Chiara Batigue, was doing stuff. And then also Marcus Schilkunas, who was doing very well as well. Those two were fighting constantly with each other. Is it now the likes of Angelina Simmons and Emmanuel Liadakis now, the next battle duo that we'll see in the seniors over the Champions of the Future? Well, so far we are seeing it. The same as Oscar Gallin, he'd like to join in that fight as well. No overtaking just yet. Still waiting to see what happens. And this could just be a sussing out moment here for Emmanuel Liadakis. He's just seeing the consistency here of Angelina Simmons, who's not going defensive, is not throwing a wheel on any curbs or anything like that, is not making any little micro mistakes here or there, but is just keeping it under the straight and narrow. Right now, though, looking at it here, I just feel like Liadakis in this latter stage of the race is going to think more tactically of going for these overtakes now, because time's running out. You can see that Gallin's there. He wants to get that move done sooner rather than later. Yeah, Simmons has been really consistent in pace. She did, over the course of 2 laps, drop about 4 tenths, but she's picked things back up again in the past couple. She's back into those 56.2 second marks, so she's found that rhythm once more. Here we go then. Oh, it looked like Liadakis was going to have a look down at turn 1, but thinks against it, takes the nose out and just continues in that P2. But, you were highlighting a moment ago, Anthony, the story of some of the drivers previously. Last year for the Discover Your Drive initiative, it was Chiara Batigue in the seniors that was trying to hunt down that championship win. Maybe this year it's Angelina Simmons, as now we've got changes further back in the order. That's Destroyer switching positions with Veer Chopra. That is a change for P5. Indeed. Good stuff here. Back with the race leaders here. Nails starting to get bitten here, I think, in the crowds and friends and families of these 3 drivers, I would say. All wait to see what happens. Of course, you can't forget the drivers in the background. Suarez once again leads that train, and if anything happens between these 3 drivers here, trust me when I say that group behind will be right on the scene, and they know it as well. Veer Chopra there also is pushing. He's there in 5th place. You can't rule them out. Just behind, Gabi Teixeira is there. Dragata Toja as well, like we're saying, Emilia Wiszomirska, all in that group behind. So this is far from over, but time is running out here, Nicole. Still no advance from Emmanuel Liadakis. He has stayed there, but he's right there. It makes you feel he's just waiting for the right time. It's just, I have that sinking feeling. He is waiting, but he's not faster. Simmons, despite having no toe, she's got no reference points in front of her. She is marginally quicker on the timing sheets than Liadakis. He's just not found that extra bit of edge. Is he going to try and give it a go now? Oh, he's going to try. There's contact between the 2 of them, and that's nearly Simmons off the track. Gallin could have an opportunity here now from 3rd place, but the fight is on here. On to the last lap of this race, but the drivers behind are now going to get involved. And as soon as we mentioned it, as soon as we said there'd be an attack, we knew the drivers behind would get involved, but Simmons, despite that drama, is still in control. But Emmanuel Liadakis surely will send something to go for the move. If Gallin goes for the move, Simmons has got it. It's got to be Liadakis here on the remaining part of this lap. They're into that 2nd sector now, and it's defensive. Liadakis to the outside. Here comes Gallin. Gallin round through. Can he get a 2-for-1? Simmons positions the kart beautifully. Angelina Simmons defended that position like her life depended on it. Suarez is off in the background with Gallin. Their race is over. But here now, Simmons defends from Liadakis. It's not going to be enough. Angelina Simmons wins in Spain. Beautiful drive for Angelina Simmons. Her home win for the young female. Her first outing here in the seniors in the academy program. She comes away with a win. But my goodness me, how that was held is another story. Liadakis takes an incredibly close 2nd place. Jagrat Detroja, we didn't mention him, but the young lad from India snuck through and he claims a 3rd place in the 210 machine. Veer Chopra takes P4 ahead of Gabi Teixeira, Emilia Wiszomirska from Beatrice Costa, and Emil Batran takes P8, a 22 place gain ahead of Michael Zajac, Kasper Reipold, Sera Kojima rounding out the top 11. Well, for Angelina Simmons, that on that very final lap went from 0 to 100 mile an hour in the blink of an eye. Watch this here. The contact between the two of them. Near spins for both of them. He tried to look down the inside. The front just hooked onto that rear. Nearly both of them off the track. Incredible kart control. And then later, of course, at that the turns there, post 7, post 8. A great positioning there for Angelina Simmons. And just came away with that result. Emmanuel Leodikis takes second. Jagrad de Troja, smiles on his face, I'm sure, comes away with a podium here in Valencia. The seniors deliver here in the Academy program. First final of the day. Angelina Simmons, though, a well-deserved drive there. An incredibly tough start to the day. Simmons, of course, third in qualifying. Good results in that one. And then that final, all the way to the bitter end, comes away with a win, a superb drive. I can imagine there's an almighty smile underneath that helmet. And we're yet to see it. There it is. Smiles all around. And she knows what she's done. That's an incredible job there. For the young lady, now backed by the Discover Your Drive initiatives, emulating the senior drive from, of course, fellow Spanish racing driver Luna Flusha only a couple of years ago. Here is the highlights from that race. Many highlights to talk about, many retirements in that race as well. Unfortunately for many of them, only down to 21 runners at the end of that one. Xavier Suarez was one of them. Then I think Sophia Sage, Clelia Sodu, Adam Rybitz was one as well. Silas Elefson, Peter Gorecki, Elias Leman, Marcel Matievich, Vanessa Shilkanator. The rest of it, it's just so many retirements and not good at all. This fight, though, all the way to the end, this move here was pretty nice as well. Emmanuel Leodikis managed to push his way through into the lead. The commentary correction on that one. We said at the start it was Oscar Gallin. Correct ourselves, it was Emmanuel Leodikis who had got that beautiful move around the outside at the start of that race. But there you started to see the likes of Oscar Gallin starting to fight back through that field there. Early start of the race didn't go too well, and like you say, came back into that fight. We did see the massive off for all the drivers. Thankfully, I think reports are they were all okay, but still a shaky end to their racing. And there you can see the other moving happening all the way throughout this one. That was Amelia Wierzchowska on her charge through the field, fighting up at that top end. Beatrice Costa there. That move with Reipold ended up with a 5-second time penalty. The off at the final corner, Sophia Sage spinning, and unfortunately nowhere for Claire Liasodu to go. Unfortunately cost her quite a lot of time. That moment there, that sideways, that cost Emmanuel Leodikis a real good chance there at an earlier overtake. Could have resulted in a win. That was very late into the corner as well. Some of the drivers missing out that chicane. Maybe the conditions worsening at some points throughout that one. But for the rest of them, still strong performances all the way throughout. Jagrad de Troja snuck through that field there. May have only gained 3 places. Did start high up in that order. We were keeping an eye on him. We did say keep an eye on him, actually, starting from that third row of the grid as he pushed his way up through the field, but didn't manage to get done. This moment here, heart in mouth for Angelina Simmons. And then this driving masterpiece, positioning the kart beautifully, keeping everyone at bay. And you knew at that moment there, it was clean and dry for Simmons, just keeping the field off in the background. There you can see in the background as that was Suarez and Gallon going off the track. Jagrad de Troja takes third, but Simmons takes a P1. Nicole Sutherland, I'm sure she's very happy.
Well, we can answer that for you, Angelina Simmons. What a race. I don't think anybody can pick faults with anything you did out there. Absolutely spectacular from the start to the end, but we want to hear about it from your eyes. Tell us.
Well, at the start I was like, just keep calm and go forward, because it was also a bit wet at the start, and then it started to dry, and then I felt, because they were like bumping into me, that they were right behind me, and I could control the last lap, and I defended very well.
And Angelina, in the last couple of laps, you really had to control it, like you just said. Were there any nerves when you were trying to do that? Because it did not look easy whatsoever.
No, nothing.
And would you say that this win here in Valencia, you've been helped by that win out in Alphasan at the end of last year? Would you say that confidence boost has really given you an edge going into this year?
Yeah, probably, yes.
Well, Angelina, congratulations. We're going to see you on the podium. Anthony Jordan, back up to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in a very noisy and busy Parc Ferme, I am sure. The day is done here in Valencia, but don't worry if you missed it today. Good news, it's back all again tomorrow with brand new qualifying in the morning, qualifying heats and finals again. But before then, we will be celebrating the final winners on the podium here, so make sure you stay tuned for it. We will see them in the juniors, minis and the seniors. Quite the exciting end to all the racing here. Big thank you to all the marshals out on circuit who are now coming in after a very tricky day. Big thanks to all the camera crews out there as well as all the officials, and we'll see you on those podiums very shortly. Do not go anywhere. The upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. But maybe it's the final corner, that's outrageous.
Attention paddock, attention paddock. Can all drivers that finished inside the top 3 for mid
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We are now ready to present the winners' trophies and medals to our top three in Mini 60, OKN Junior and OKN Senior. But we'll start with Mini 60 and starting with the under-10s. Please welcome onto the podium, finishing 16th overall, third in class. Give it up for Austria's Anna Malcolm. In second position, finishing 9th overall, second in class. Please give it up for Lithuania's Leonas Zadakov. And your class winner in Mini 60 under-10s in 7th place overall. Give it up for the United States of America's Zev Gottschalk. We would now like to welcome Marco Parolin onto the podium to present the winners' medals. Firstly, heading to third position in class, Anna Malcolm. Brilliant run for Anna, finishing 13 laps, 28 seconds behind the race leader, but a good, strong race, gaining 11 places overall. Second place in the Mini 60 under-10, 9th overall, heading to Leonas Zadakov. Again for Leonas, a 9-place gain in the final, steps him up to P9 overall. And finally, the winner's medal heading to Zev Gottschalk. And again for Zev, a very compelling drive, a 1-place gain to get into 7th place. Well, Marco, if you want to join them on the podium, nice big smiles for all the photographers out there, and we'll get you all on that top step of the podium as well. So Marco, if you want to join them up, all want to squeeze up nice and close. So Zev, Leonas, Anna, yeah, all jump on that top spot. Perfect. And a great way to end. Nice big smiles. And ladies and gentlemen, one big final round of applause for Mini 60 under-10s. Well, we will now turn our attention over to the Mini 60 category. Thank you very much, everyone. Well done indeed. And again, a very dramatic final here, which did see some good racing all the way throughout, but finally finishing in third position after gaining 7 places, representing Colombia. Please give it up for Dominic Vera. In second position, finishing in, well, very close, 0.7 of a second behind the race leader. Give it up for the United States of America, Win Gottschalk. And finally, your race winner in Mini 60. Please give it up for the Netherlands. It's Mick Klinkers. We will now listen to the national anthem of the Netherlands. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your Mini 60 finalists. We'd now like to welcome once again Marco Parolin onto the podium to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to Dominic Vera. Dominic with a brilliant result in that one. Like we say, 7 places gained to finish up in third place. The second place trophy heading to Win Gottschalk. Again for Win, a great run throughout this one. Third in qualifying, but starting that final on P1. And finally, your race winner. Please give it up for Mick Klinkers. for Mick. A great race there. 8 places gained after a tough run in qualifying 5th and starting 9th into the final. He finds himself on the top spot of the podium. Well, once again, drivers, lift those trophies high up in the air for me, please, as high as you can. There we go. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers there. And a brilliant end to their first day of racing here with, of course, a brand new day tomorrow. And we'll get all 3 of you on the top step of the podium as well, please. Marco, do join them. And again, nice big smiles if we get everyone there. So, Dominic, if you want to come up, there we go. Perfect. Nice big smiles. Ladies and gentlemen, one big final round of applause for your Mini 60 finalists. Well, thank you very much, guys. A great end to your racing here and a brand new day tomorrow. Will we see these 3 on the top step once again? We'll have to wait and see. Well done, guys. And we will see you tomorrow. We will now turn our attention over to the OKN Junior category for round 1 here for the 2026 campaign for the Champions of the Future Academy program, stepping up from the minis last year into juniors for the first time, representing India. Please give it up for Atika Mir. Finishing in 2nd position, just 3.5 behind the race leader, representing Switzerland. Please give it up for Zoltan Koine. That's what I would like to hear in the crowd. And finally, please give it up for your race winner, representing España. It's Hernan Rodriguez. We will now listen to the national anthem of Spain. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for your finalists in OKN Junior. We'd now like to welcome James Geidel, the CEO of RGMC, to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to 3rd place, Atika Mir. For Atika, a great run in that one, dropping to 3rd place, but still an incredible drive. The 2nd place trophy heading to Zoltan Koine. And the winners' trophy heading to Hernan Rodriguez. Well, a perfect end to their racing. Drivers, lift those trophies high up in the air for me, please, above your head. There we go. Good stuff. Nice big smiles for all the photographers down there. A brilliant end to their racing. And like we say, a brand new day tomorrow as well. And if we'd like to get you all on the top step of the podium as well. So, Tika, jump up there as well. Zoltan, you can join as well. All jump in nice and close. There we go. Once again, nice big smiles for the photographers out there. And like we say, a brand new day tomorrow. We look forward to seeing, will it be these 3 once again on that podium, or will we see a brand new set in Sunday's finals? We'll have to wait and see. Ladies and gentlemen, one big final round of applause and cheer for your junior OKN finalists. Well, well done, guys. We'll get you all down on this one. A brilliant end to your racing. There we go, guys. All done. tomorrow. Try again. Well done. Brilliant end to the day's racing. Thank you very much. Zoltan, well done. Hanan and Atika, thank you. Well done. We'll now turn our attention over to the senior final now, and hopefully we'll get some more noise from the crowd. I like it. Third position, ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for this one, representing India. 0.3 of a second behind the race leader. It's Jagrat Detroja. In second position, finishing just 0.2 of a second behind the race leader, representing Greece. Please give it up for Emmanuel Liadakis. And finally, your race winner for the first round of the Champions of the Future category program here in Spain, Valencia. Please give it up for Angelina Simmons. We will now listen to the national anthem of Spain. Big round of applause for your finalists in the OKN senior category. We'd now like to welcome Katie Denver from F1 Academy to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, heading to third position, Jagrat Detroja. Superb end for Jagrat, a 3-place gain to get up into that top round. Actually, I think it was an 8-place gain. Ink has run out of my paper. The second place trophy heading to Emmanuel Liadakis. A superb end here for Emmanuel, 2 places gained to finish up in P2. And finally, your race winner for the first round and the first final of the 2026 season, it heads to Angelina Simmons. Well, Katie, you can join them for a photo. James can get away with it. You can't. There we go. Nice big smiles at the end of this one. Drivers, lift those trophies above your head for me, please. Nice big smiles. There we go. A great end to the day. I know it's been a long one as the temperatures have cooled today. Hopefully a warmer day tomorrow. And finally, we'll get all 4 of you on that top step of the podium, if you can all squeeze in. And yes, perfect stuff. A great end to the day. But like we say, it's another busy day tomorrow. Another qualifying, another 2 qualifying heats, and 1 more final for the senior category before round 1 here in Valencia is done and dusted, and the season can continue on to its many new nations and circuits this season. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 final round of applause for OKN Senior. Well, there it is then for the day. For the Champions of the Future. Saturday is done and dusted. Brand new day tomorrow. Make sure you do not miss it. We're back again with those qualifying heats and finals for all 3 classes, Mini 60, OKN Junior and the OKN Senior category. For myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing gets it. And it's going to be a side-by-side to the line. But maybe it's the final corner. That's outrageous. Upcoming race that's about to get underway. Lights are out, we are racing. He looks for it, he goes for it, he gets it.